It is great to be here. I'm here to be the moderator for 2021 UNESCO Creative Cities Network Forum. My name is Seung-mo from the cultural team of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Before we start our forum, we're going to see a video promoting Jinju as a UNESCO creative city, and we're going to see a performance by Korean Intangible Cultural Heritage number 12, Jinju Geonmu or Sword Dance.
The UNESCO Crafts and Folk Art City. Animated by a strong cultural innovation, Jinju's artists offer a living culture that grows and thrives with each new generation.
유네스코 창의 도시는 새로운 창의 산업을 만들어 나가는 진주는 민속 예술, 진주 건무, 진주 삼천포 농악, muu광대, 소목장, 장도장 아주 오래전서부터 잘 전승돼 내려오고 있습니다.
진주 팔건무라고 이름을 지어서 지금까지도 진주 건무를 진주 팔건무라고 그렇게 이야기를 합니다. 일제강점기 때도 계속 추웠던 것이지요. 칼을 춤추고 잡고 춤추고 이런 식으로 1년에 한 번씩 발표를 합니다. 약 200명 넘게 와서 하지요.
Jinju Geonmu, sword dancing, has been designated as a cultural heritage of Korea. It ceaselessly passed from Korea's shining Silla dynasty to us, and is a living art once belonging to kings, which continues to this day.
저는 진주 건무 예능 보유자로 있는 유영희라고 합니다. 감사합니다.
소대장에는 한마디로 말하면은 공연장 중심에다가 약 한 5m 높이의 창대를 씌워놓고 그 창대 위에 올라가가지고 제주를 한다 해가지고 이 소대쟁이라는 이름이 붙였습니다. 진주를 본 거지 해가지고 전국을 떠돌아다니는 유랑 캉되겠습니다. 우리 소대쟁이는 언론이라든지 죽방을이라든지 소대쟁이만 하는 제주죠.
This performance, a spectacle comprised of lithe acrobats and talented performers, can be enjoyed by all ages.
이 소대쟁이는 우리나라에서 것의 원조다. 우리 진주 문화의 뿌리다.
Jinju Ogwande is a play made vibrant by its music and masks. It is said that this dance can bring luck and good health.
당대 사람들이 겪게 되는 문제를 마당이라는 공간에 가져와가지고 집단으로 같이 의논을 하고 놀이로서 놀면서 해결하는 힘을 얻는 벽사진경의 의미를 가지고 있다고 하겠습니다.
거기 진주는 진주 가까이에 큰 지리산에서 다양한 목재가 많이 나왔어요. 소목은 기능도 기능이지만 작품을 만들기까지는 20에서 30년 건조를 시켜야 돼요.
Jinju Seungmo, known for its traditional Seungmo woodcrafting, is sourced by the fine tall trees which thrive on nearby Jiri Mountain. The story of Jinju has been written throughout the centuries, but the final chapter has yet to be finished.
Alors pour moi, c'était très prenant parce que j'ai pratiqué la danse, donc je suis assez sensible aux arts du spectacle. Et c'est vrai que la musique live avec tous les instruments à percussion, ça fait vibrer l'air, ça fait vibrer le corps, ça donne vraiment envie de rejoindre les artistes sur scène qui sont aussi très souriants et qui font des performances assez joyeuses. Donc oui, je dirais que c'était assez envoûtant dans un sens.
It was very smooth but strong and dynamic, and it was the Jinju Gonmu performance. Once again, thank you very much to the artists who had given the performance. It was very moving. And from now on, we will begin the 2021 UNESCO Creative Cities Network International Forum and Member Cities Workshop. Jinju is a UNESCO Creative City of Crafts and Folk Art, and the Korean National Commission for UNESCO is co-organizing the 2021 UNESCO Creative Cities Network International Forum and Member Cities Workshop. And this examines how the cultural and creative industry will advance in the digital environment in the face of the fourth industrial revolution. And today is a venue for us to discuss what preparations and responses are needed in these times by the creative cities. We will begin the forum and workshop opening ceremony, and I would like to invite Mayor Kyooil of Jinju City, who has been a great supporter of this forum. Please greet him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. The 2021 UNESCO Creative Cities Network International Forum. This is being held in Jinju. I'm extremely pleased that we are holding this forum here in the city. Mr. Kyungkoo, the Secretary General of Korean National Commission for UNESCO, I would like to thank you for holding this forum, and also Advisor Kyung Park, I think goes to you, and so Advisor Kyung Park is serving as a committee member for the National Royal Tomb Commission. So I would like to thank all of the stakeholders in this network forum for taking part in today's event. And I would also like to thank the participants from both home and abroad for taking part in today's event via online. So cultural assets is inherent in every city, but drawing it out and bringing it out into the clear is not easy. And so we have to endlessly study both cases of success and failure, and we have to combine all our respective experiences together. And this will unleash the creativity that lies within all of us. So events like that we have today, such exchanges of different cities, I think this is really of critical importance in strengthening our identities as creative cities. So in the end, a city which protects the very homestead of our people and also nurturing our cultural diversity and also enriching our culture. This will all, in the end, also help make our local economies more vibrant. And so this will lead to the sustainable development of the local regions. But not only that, it will go beyond the regional boundaries, and it will help develop the country as a whole and also become a driving force to further advance the international community in the end. So to all of our experts from both home and abroad, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to present your valuable insights. I understand that from here in Korea, we also have participants joining us from different provinces as well. And so I would like to ask all of you to share your insights and experiences so that creative cities can expand further in Korea. So once again, I would like to thank all of you for coming to visit us in Jinju. And starting from 1949, there's the Gyecheon Arts Festival that is being held at the moment. And along with this, the UNESCO Creative Cities, one of the programs for UCCN is a Jinju Traditional Craft Biennale. That Biennale is also underway. And so if you visit the Biennale, I think you will become really enamored by the traditional craft and arts of Jinju. So for our foreign participants, at the time, right now, it's difficult because of the pandemic, but I do hope that you have the opportunity in the future to really visit the Biennale. So I hope you do have this opportunity in the future to make a tour of Jinju. So I wish you the best of luck and health. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now we will have Kyungkoo, Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, who will deliver opening remarks as well. He will deliver welcoming remarks for our forum. It is great to be here, distinguished guests. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone from many creative cities and experts who will be giving presentations and participating in discussions at the 2021 UNESCO Creative Cities Network Forum. UNESCO Creative Cities Network, or UCCN, creatively utilizes the cultural assets that cities have and was established to promote the cooperation and exchange of cities that contribute to cultural diversity and sustainable development. The core of these efforts is for the local governments, companies, creative talent, and civic society to join forces to develop the cultural industry and to make creativity blossom. Korea, since 2010, has had 10 creative cities that have joined the network and are actively involved. In addition, Jinju, this city, has joined the network in 2019 in the craft and folk art area and are engaging in many activities. In particular, in the reviewing process of the application, including myself, I remember that many of you here had participated. In particular, it is more meaningful that this forum is held in conjunction with Jinju Traditional Craft Biennale, so it is all the more meaningful. So far, our committee has held a workshop once a year to promote exchanges and cooperation among member cities in Korea. This international forum will be broadcast live online so that creative cities abroad that are interested can also participate. There are two main reasons for expanding the scope of participation. First, it is because we expect our creative cities to expand exchanges internationally beyond cooperation within cities or between domestic cities. I hope that we can have more international exchanges. I believe that the competencies possessed by the 10 creative cities in 7 areas should and can lead to international sustainable development, cooperation, and contribution. I am fully confident that this can take place and that these cities can contribute to international development. Second, this is because the topic of this forum, creativity in the digital environment and changes in the cultural industry, are not only the realities of creative cities in Korea. It will be the task of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network as a whole to identify the opportunities and challenges facing cities in the face of huge changes and to find a way forward. Therefore, I would like to contemplate and discuss the implications of the Fourth Industrial Revolution for culture, creative industries, and creative cities with more people living in the various cities. Therefore, I hope that this forum will be able to contribute to sustainable urban development through culture and creativity in relation to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We would also like to ask you to continue your active interest and participation not only in this forum, but also in future workshops and Jinju Biennale held in this very beautiful and magnificent city of Jinju. I hope that you will actively show your interest. And once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone for joining this event online and offline. Last but not least, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Jinju City Mayor Jo Kyooil as well as other officials of Jinju City for making today's forum a meaningful venue, and also like to thank the advisors of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network of Korea for your hard work. I hope that this forum will pave the way for close cooperation between cities in the UNESCO Creative Cities Network, not only at home but also abroad. Thank you very much.
사무총장님
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And we'll now close the opening ceremony by taking a group photo. So we'd like to ask everyone on the side to please come forward to the stage.
네, 바로 저희 다음 세션을
We'll now immediately begin the first session of today's forum. So please take your seats.
네, 저희가 포럼부의 사회는
So the moderator for the sessions of the forum will be served by Professor Kwon So-han, who is a professor at the Kyungkoo University, Department of Cultural Anthropology, and who is also an advisor to the Korea UCCN. So please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? As has been introduced, I'm Kwon So-han from the Kyungkoo University Department of Cultural Anthropology. I'm also serving as the advisor to the Korea UCCN, and I am going to be moderating the sessions today. So, because I'm wearing a face mask at the moment, I do believe I have to move closer to the microphone. So today, if it had not been for the COVID-19 pandemic, all of the presenters who had been invited for today's forum, they would have been here in person. And if we could have had the discussions live in person, it would have been much better, because the presenters for today's forum, they're true experts in their respective fields. And so we could have had really vibrant discussions and also an ensuing Q&A session. They are indeed well-known authorities in this field. Let me introduce the first presenter. The first presenter is from the London University Department of Culture and Economics, Professor Andy Pratt. As you are well aware, creative economy and in the creative cultural industry area, he is a leading authority in this field. And the Korea National Commission for UNESCO in the booklet on the introduction to creative cities. In that booklet, Professor Andy Pratt's research activities is introduced in that booklet that has been published by the Korea National Commission for UNESCO. And so he will be speaking on understanding and supporting innovations in the cultural creative industries. So his presentation will be made in a pre-recorded video format. So we will invite Professor Andy Pratt for his presentation.
My name is Andy Pratt. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honoured to be speaking to you today, and hopefully what I've got to say will be of interest and contribute to the debates that you're having. Let me first share my screen, and then I can help you navigate through my talk. So my topic is understanding and supporting the creative economy. And my objective here is, as it suggests, both the developing questions about the understanding of the creative economy and also policy development. I guess let me just say at the beginning, I'm using the term creative economy because that is the term that is used by UNESCO at the moment. But for the sake of this argument, it includes all the other terminology such as creative industries, culture and creative industries, content industries, and copyright industries. I know there are differences between those, but for the sake of this argument, I think we're linking them together. And what I want to talk about in the first section is about the role of technological change and economic change, and the role of the creative economy in that. And I'll be making an argument for the particularity of the creative economy, that perhaps we need to attend to it in slightly different ways to other industries. And secondly, I want to stress the challenge of information and data for the study of the creative economy. I think the availability of data is to an extent limited. And even that data that we have really doesn't give us enough detail to provide sufficient analyses of the sector. So I want to talk about the value of both qualitative as well as the quantitative data here, and also the importance of identifying the limitations of our knowledge and potentially what we need to know. That is, identifying what we might refer to as the known unknowns, as well as those areas that we don't understand at all, the unknown unknowns. And I argue that this will help us think about reframing policy development in this field of the creative economy. So let me move on to the first section here. And I just want to refer to some sort of foundational points, I think, in terms of what we've learned about development and how this relates to the creative economy. And so clearly some of the influential writing of Amartya Sen, for example, have highlighted us to the importance of at least two key terms here, that is capabilities and capacities. And capabilities are about if you like, the intrinsic capacity, potential of development of individuals and of populations. But for culture, the implication for this is that actually you need to include all of that population, there to be access to the creative economy, and also representation in the creative economy. It's about not just production, but also audience and audience development as well. So there's a wide range of issues that I think, when we think about capabilities, is everybody being able to develop their capabilities and apply them? Are there access problems as well? And I guess this also links to UNESCO fundamental argument about in a sense, the human right of creativity, what we might call the creative rights, a notion that achieves a lot of support. But you can't have these creative rights, the right to be creative, the right to express oneself without access to the means of expression, and with media and many cultural forms and economic forms, there is access barriers, either in terms of training or just in terms of access to the technologies often. Capacities is really how people develop and can develop with one another through institutions. And I guess here often we're thinking about the fitness of institutions to actually support the activities that they are seeking to promote. So there's an implication about an evaluation of how effective institutions are. And in the cultural world, partly because of the rapidity of change in this field, that institutions also have to change to keep up in this way. And of course, it points to an area that I'll say a little bit more about, which is that actually sometimes the institutions are not extensive enough, not supported enough, and actually a area of investment is institution building. So this is another way of unlocking the capabilities of populations. Institutions allow them to work together and communicate their activities. One of the key areas classically that is weak for the creative sector are things such as rights collecting societies, which are developed in civil society and often not well supported economically. And you get a vicious circle of rights societies not operating, artists not getting remuneration, and the whole cycle goes on, and you end up with a lack of respect for intellectual property rights and cultural rights. So there are sets of issues there, but also that we can recognize these broad headline objectives about capabilities and capacities in all fields, but particularly in the cultural field. But I guess in the cultural field, it's more important than most, the importance of local and specific applications of policies. They need to be responsive to local cultural needs and local cultural variation. And this is where we run into a tension with the best practice or one-size-fits-all solution, which I guess in hard-pressed policy communities, it's easier to pull off an already tried-out policy in other areas and say, let's apply that to culture. And what I want to talk about are some of the problems with this sort of approach, both in terms of the particularity of the creative economy and, of course, the local context, which itself is about culture and difference. And therefore, actually, generic policies might undermine the very thing that you're trying to support in this way. So the consequence is that often solutions need to be adapted and take on different forms in places, rather than simply a standard solution. And finally, in terms of this general point about thinking about policy and the way that it gets applied in many places, of course, it's almost exceptional in the world is the formal economy of much of the more developed nations. informality can occupy as much as 60 or 70% of the economic activity of many nation states in the world. And therefore, we have to be attentive to the tensions and issues associated with the borders of the formal and the informal economy, and also those borders that are between the state and civil society. We shouldn't automatically assume that a particular type of policy or governance activity should take place in one sector or another. Moreover, that we see interesting solutions emerging often from the bottom of those involved in day-to-day activities that are working both with the informal as well as the formal sector and working together with them. And I've referred to this elsewhere as makeshift solutions. So in English, the term makeshift is a temporary, but if you divide it up, it's making solutions, but also shifting the agenda as well, or shifting the focus. And that's what I want to highlight as ways we can think about this sort of policy making and solution making at the ground level. So just need to refer back to some of the overarching debates, I guess, that we're all thinking about at the moment, and is the role of so-called fourth industrial revolution economies, the role of digitization and computing, etc. And whilst these terms certainly are important in highlighting us to real changes that are happening, there is a danger of them in the sense that they tend to focus too much on technology as the key element of change, and they don't pay so much attention also to organization. And I'll point to these issues as ways in which, in particular, the cultural economy, perhaps an outlier, operates in quite different ways in this sense. And furthermore, the notion of the simply one technology and leading to a more efficient or innovative technology misses out on some of the cultural elements of technology, as well as the interdependencies between older technologies and newer technologies. So that might be between, for example, in the cultural sector, between more traditional live performance and also digital communication of activities. The interdependence between the two, the interplay, is really important, but also the interplay between not just the front of house performance, but also all of the technical support that happens behind the scenes, as it were. And this more holistic and what I refer to as the ecosystem of cultural production is an important part here. So, pointing to issues about organization, that these grand narratives of change tend to just assume that there's a technology driving change. But we are seeing increasingly in the cultural sector, but also very significantly in leading technology sectors, that processes around innovation, creativity tend to be recursive, that they go back and reiterate activities, and they're extensive. They're not very narrowly defined, but they tend to spin out in lots of different directions. They tend to be non-linear, so they're not like a production line going from initial idea through testing and manufacture to market, but they tend to be a more circular or even a network-based approach. And often we see that it's the institutions and their capacities that are able to organize this production process in this way, and therefore release, if you like, the inherent capabilities there. So organizational form is important. Organizational form can be important in terms of innovation, and these discussions about open innovation are very much along these lines about the way in which you might develop these activities. So a second dimension I've pointed to here is about technology and organization, is the technology being based just on one technology. Many of these arguments tend to be teleological in the sense that there's an inevitability to the next higher technology that is the necessary conclusion of this debate. But as I've suggested, I think more often we see a rather more messy model and a working with various different forms of intermediary technology. So again, referring back to this makeshift idea, is that people are working through the interlinking between different levels of technology rather than only focusing on the current cutting edge activities. The other thing that comes with this techno-reductivism and also the organizational elements is that we tend to have characterized both creativity and innovation in terms of singular ideas or innovations rather than networked sets of ideas, which are more of a collective solution to activities. And certainly the growing recognition of the importance of institutions is a reinforcement of this idea of innovation and creativity being more dispersed but needing to be organized in this way. I talked about the way in which many of these ideas filter out into the rest of the economy and have interaction with the rest of the economy and society. And many of these rather narrow models of technical and economic change miss out elements of the formal and the informal, boundaries between the public and the private, or the commercial and the non-commercial, and indeed between supply and demand. So I'm arguing for our need to recognize this broader picture of the production process, which in particular in relation to the creative economy, I'll argue is relatively more important than perhaps we might have recognized. So using some of those ideas, I want to come back to some of the sort of core starting points to an extent in the when discussing the creative economy, and that is what we mean by the creative economy. And traditional ways have been focused very much on this idea of the artistic genius, in that those activities are the so-called core cultural expressions, and then you have various ripples out that are less creative activities and perhaps more technology and more manufacturing activities. And that's how the idea of the cultural economy has been thought about. A challenge to that has been in the past 10 or 15 years is the reconfiguring that to thinking of it more as a production system. And so this idea that moving from creation through manufacture, reproduction, exchange, and archiving, education, and back to creation again, is part of a cycle of production, and that these different elements of the cycle interact with one another and give rise to the activities. And of course, there are different occupations and different industries associated with each of these functions of cultural production, but it doesn't make one or the other intrinsically more important. So the artist is simply just on their own, unless they have, if they're a theatre performer, for example, the stage, the theatre, the technicians, the lighting engineers, the director, etc. Okay, so it's that idea that really this is a bigger set of organisations, and it's this that constitutes what we refer to as the ecosystem. And this gives us a different conception of what the object of policy is for the creative economy, not just the artist or the star, but actually this broader system. And I just refer to UNESCO's framework for cultural statistics, because this was the first attempt to actually try to incorporate such an idea into a program for data collection as well. And just to give you an idea about what this means, because If we're just talking about data, that can seem a rather abstract and dry idea. If you see at the center of this diagram here, we're talking about the music industry in this example, is that process of creating, making, etc. Yeah, but each of those functions has a whole set of organizational and operational details associated with it. This is what they look like in reality. And these activities, for example, in the making, you might have music companies, and of course all the associated support activities of manufacturing, distribution and branding, etc., commissioning, rights management, etc. All of these things flow out. And I guess the point is that normally, I guess in the past, when we've been talking about music, we might only have counted musicians, whereas the argument here is that there's a whole wide range of activities that actually constitute the ecosystem of music production, and it goes far beyond this, and some of those jobs of course might be considered as uncreative, but they are an essential part of the system. So just to give you an idea, that is, of the wider sense in which we're talking about this. And so that brings me to one of the key points here, is that I think in the past, policy has focused very much upon a narrower definition of what is cultural or creative, and we've not been looking at this wider ecosystem. And therefore, oftentimes we've been focusing on inputs or outputs rather than processes. And processes, as we'll see, have become really important in understanding the activities in the cultural and creative economy. So I guess the implications here are that national governments need to understand the linkages between culture and creativity and economy and society. So issues of training and education, audiences, access, and even things like the broader social expectations of, for example, whether your child should work in the cultural sector, or whether you think, oh, that's not a good career because they won't make any money out of it, etc. Those sorts of ideas, of course, could be barriers in this area. And certainly the challenge of social expectations about whether people should become creatives is an important part in this whole process. But also the recognition that the cultural ecosystem includes a whole range of areas, and particularly a set of ideas, set of activities that actually are at the forefront of driving consumption, particularly fashion activities. So we're talking about a greater turnover of new ideas that is characteristic of when we think about fashion in many of the cultural sectors. And of course, these drive consumption, and that means that people buy things that generates more income. I guess one of the tensions here is in terms of that often we don't recognize the work that's done in cultural production as real work or real jobs in this way. And there are very few countries that actually consider cultural workers worthy of pensions or having formal access to welfare systems and supporting workers, as we would expect in any other area of economic activity. So there are a number of inequalities globally that we see between this sort of catch-up mode of recognizing the creative economy is, in some senses, a regular industry like any others, but it has some particularities as well. And so it's this systemic view of the creative economy that I think is important to stress. And this is, it's indicating that we've moved on in the past 25 years or so from simply supporting the arts or culture to a system that is about lateral and vertical linkages, both local and international, of institutions within a complex ecosystem that is produced, and that even the informal activities may have an input to this system, and the difficulty of managing a system where you have elements that are in the informal sector as well as the formal sector. I'm sure you can appreciate the difficulties here, and also the not-for-profit and the for-profit activities. So this is the coexistence of two different types of value systems within this ecosystem. The value system associated with economic value and the value system associated with cultural value. Rather than saying it's one or the other, actually it's an intersection of the two. And I think this is a big challenge for policymakers and politicians when they're thinking about this field, because it's cutting across the normal categories that we are used to dealing with. However, such a perspective is clearly important, I would argue, in terms of us seeing the whole picture, but it's tremendously difficult if we're thinking about providing evidence to policymakers, so that we can argue on the basis of evidence that support for the creative economy, for example, is needed. Certainly a lot of work has been done. The creative economy reports by the UNCTAD and also the UNESCO Cultural Framework have helped, and the number of nation states now have developed mapping of the creative economy, but as I've already mentioned, sometimes in quite a narrow way. So international development in this way is helping, although it's very difficult to produce international comparisons in this way. In terms of data, there are some real problems that we need to address. And that is that there are the known knowns, the things that we do know something about, and then there are the unknowns. There are the things that we know that we don't know anything about, and there are things that we don't know anything about. Okay, and they're very difficult for prediction and policy making. And what can be said from the available data mapping associated with the existing sources is very narrow. It leaves much that is undescribed or is missing, and evaluation is limited to narrow economic proxies, which of course in the cultural sector, in a sense, devalues the cultural contribution. And critically, in this period of digitization, we see lots of flows of information and flows of trade, particularly digital goods and services, translocally, are not recorded in the extant system. So we have a big problem here in terms of the key areas of innovation in this field generally are under-recorded or badly recorded, and therefore we are not working forward with a great understanding. Moreover, there's another dimension of the understanding which is hardly recorded at all, and this is associated with the dimensions of the creative economy which are perhaps exceptional compared to other areas of economic activity. And primarily, there are issues associated with so-called project-based working. So this is rather than working in a firm, people work in a project which may have a limited lifetime, and that limited lifetime might only be 6 months, for example. That the turnover of products is not 2 years, as it might be in car manufacturing, but might be 2 weeks with a product. The turnover times in the fashion industry have gone from seasons, 6 months, to something like 2 to 3 weeks to a month in these days. So turnover time and associated innovation time has also decreased in that way. The scale of firms and projects are small. We're often talking about micro enterprises, so enterprises with 2 or 3 people rather than 250 or 500 as is common. The imbalance of risk and reward, these activities are incredibly risky. It's likely 1 in 10 or 2 in 10 are successful. So therefore, you have to develop new forms of asset management and investment management, portfolio management, in order to balance these activities. Also, the role of intermediaries between the small and the large are critical in terms of mediating new relationships. And innovation creativity isn't an added extra, as it is in some areas of manufacturing, but is the essential to survive in the cultural economy. So the organizational ecosystem that is associated with the creative economy is one that is quite unfamiliar. And I just give this as an example that if we think about the data matrix of the sorts of things of the production chain that I've talked about, creation, production, distribution, exchange, etc., and then think about the sorts of things that we might measure, employment, economic activity, and then various aspects of organization, power, and firm size and transversal interaction. Basically, we have a little information at the top of the table, but there are huge amounts of the table where we don't have any information, even in the most developed economies of the world. So this is an under-recorded and underreported area of the economy. And I guess just to sum up and to bring together some issues at the end is that learning from what different countries are doing and in trying to modify the problems of data availability and data collection, but also linked to new conceptions of the creative economy and the push towards the possibility of comparative policy making and measurement. So far, most countries have developed measures that are unique to them alone, and it's very difficult to actually think about comparing and contrasting. We could learn a lot through that, but at the moment, that's very, very difficult. Secondly, areas of the cultural economy, and particularly related to cities, are often associated with competition in terms of place-based marketing. And actually, what we miss out on is the opportunity to reinforce cultural ecosystems that may run across cities and countries. And actually, rather than picking winners, you actually support a system that constantly reproduces new forms of innovation and idea, etc. So what the objective is here is the creation of a cultural system that is intersectional, is not simply an addition of the positives and negatives, but actually is a balance of those activities that respects past and future forms of culture, but also is resilient in this way. And I think what we need to do in this way is to focus on some of the issues about making the creative ecosystem more resilient. And many of those things are associated with not simply focusing on the outputs of the number of things produced, but the way that they're produced, and particularly issues such as employment conditions. Many of the complaints that people have about the cultural sector are both low pay for many, not all, but also the working conditions that are associated with precarious labor, etc. But also the difference between different sectional groups of men and women, of the more abled or less abled, and also in terms of ethnicity, that they don't reflect the overall population. So there are a number of issues here that are about the internal processing that still remain to be challenged. Also is the issue of the payment of artists as well. As a society globally, we've still not really resolved ourselves here that society respects artists, but that's not always respected monetarily as well. So there are a whole set of issues here that bind together in terms of long-term sustainability challenges, in terms of education, and also environmental challenges as well, of the linkages that we might have with the rest of society. So finally, I just want to reiterate the point that culture and creative economy, I think, has been demonstrated that it plays a role in development, but it's not just about a technological, teleological mode of development, but one that is far more widely spread and is more based upon an ecosystem of interrelated activities that are about enabling people to use their skills and creativity in this way. Whilst there's a growing recognition of the creative economy with data needs and data collection, we're still at the beginning of that road. And generally, part of this change is going to be more effective if we're able to take full account of the ecosystem and all of its dimensions, rather than simply focusing on either the products produced, the value of those products, or simply the artists. We need something more about the processes and sustainability of this, and resilience of these systems is associated with the operation of the system, and that's what we need, the governance of this. That's another area that we can flag up for policy concern in the future. That's the end of what I'd like to say. I've given you some more notes in my written version of there. Thank you very much for inviting me, and sorry to take up so much of your time, but obviously this is an important and an area I'm very enthusiastic about. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Goodbye.
네.
Thank you very much. We heard from Professor Andy Pratt.
경제를 활성화하고 지원하기 위해서는 가장 중요한 것은 창의 경제가 무엇인지에 대한 이해가 선결되어야 된다. 그래서 이 창의 경제
So this requires understanding the meaning of creative economy and how the creative economy is different from the existing economic system has been explained. And also, in order to promote and support this creative economy, the policies will be different among regions, among different localities, as well as different countries. So there will not be a single direction. There can be multiple different directions, but in the process, statistical data, collection of these data and comparison of data is necessary, but this area is very weak at the moment. And so several examples have been put forward, and the cultural data framework that's undertaken by UNESCO was mentioned. And so in the end, the characteristics of the creative economy, when it is considered, the ecosystem of creative system, for that to be promoted, several factors that he outlined was necessary. And so finally, by each country, how to promote the creative economy, we need to learn from others. And for that, in each country, in each region, they have to, first of all, collect data about their own respective creative economies. And so in relation to this issue, what we would like to say is that for the Korean government, for the metropolitan cities, there's 7 such cities, there is cultural city-related data and statistics that is now mandatory. It has to be collected and disclosed. In the case of Seoul, Daegu, and Busan, these cities are included. And so the creative industries that is pursued by the Ministry of Culture. So in this area, there are 11 such cultural industrial areas that have been designated by the government. Film cities and music cities, they can collect data easily. But in the case of food cities or performance cities or literary cities, the data that's collected by the Ministry of Culture related to the cultural industries, their data is unrelated to the the data that we collect. So if you look at the examples that was put forth by Professor Pratt, he talked about traditional arts and performances as well. So by raising this issue, what I would like to propose is that by cities, in keeping with their characteristics, to promote our creative city, how are we to classify the data that we have been collecting? How are we going to categorize different data? This kind of effort is necessary in order to formulate better policy making for supporting creative economy. So later on, if you read his presentation materials, there are very important points that he made. So please refer to it at your leisure, and let us continue this discussion later on. And a word of announcement. On your table, there is a simultaneous interpretation receiver. So if necessary, please make use of these interpretation receivers. So you will be able to listen into the simultaneous interpretation.
The second presentation will be delivered by Wang, Associate Professor from Center for Computer Research and Music Acoustics, Department of Music at Stanford University. He will be talking about what is the concept of design and also about design not only making goods and material, but the fact that we are a part of design and socio-cultural, aesthetic factors of design that need to come together. When we hear his presentation, I believe that there is a design manifesto that is also included. So I would like to invite Professor Wang from Stanford University to hear about artful design technology in search of the sublime. Please.
My name's Wang, and today I want to tell you a story of artful design, technology in search of the sublime. I'm an associate professor at Stanford University in music and computer science, and I work in that building way in the back of campus there, and that is Stanford's Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics. That's abbreviated as CCRMA and is sometimes pronounced Karma. And that's me in my office. What is it that I do? Well, I build things. I design things. I create tools, toys, programming languages for music, musical instruments, VR, AR experiences, as well as artificial intelligence systems with humans in the loop, all in the service of music, music making, and creativity support. I write a lot of code. I'm a computer scientist by training, and code remains one of my primary tools and instruments. In fact, one of the projects I've been working on for nearly 2 decades now is a music programming language called Chuck. It's open source, it's freely available. I like to joke, and maybe only half joke, that this crashes equally well in all commodity operating systems. So if you like, feel free to give it a try. I also direct SLORC, Stanford Laptop Orchestra, and also I'm the director of Stanford's VR Design Lab at Karma. More recently, I wrote a book. It's called Artful Design Technology in Search of the Sublime. Ended up being a 488-page photocomic book about design as a human activity. And the 3 questions the book poses and attempts to address are the following. One is, what is the nature of design? Who designs? And the short answer there, at least in this book, is that we all do. In each in our own way, I think we're all trying to shape the future. And the moment we actually take action and actually shape the world around us with some sense of purpose, well, by the definition of artful design, we are designing. And we really see design as a kind of intrinsically human activity. The next question is, what does it mean to design well? And thirdly, well, in this age of technology and I would say a lot of human uncertainty, what does it mean to design ethically? So I want to go through each of these briefly in turn, and I'll start with a demo. This is Ocarina. This is something I designed almost, 13 years ago. And so let me give you a demo. So it runs on my phone, and one plays Ocarina by blowing into the microphone literally at the bottom of the phone. And multi-touch controls pitch. Vibrato is controlled by the tilt of the phone. For example, and you can play little ditties with this. So on and so forth. And this is Ocarina in gameplay mode. Yeah, as you can see, Ocarina is really a a combination of designing audio, visual interaction together into a single experience. And one could ask, well, what is this? Is this a toy? Is this an instrument? And I suppose an argument could be made for either, or even both. It's a toy in the sense that this is a playful thing. And it's also, really quite useless, right? This is, at the same time, one could say it is an instrument in the sense that you could learn to get better at it. So, but that's just one half of Ocarina. There's actually another dimension in the same app that allows you to listen to other people around the world blow into their phones to make music. Who is that playing O Shenandoah from the east coast of the United States? Or Legend of Zelda from Indonesia? Well, the app is designed to not tell you. And the idea is that this is really a kind of an anonymous social network based on music. And, if you like what you hear, you could click that love button on the top left, but actually that you can't actually find out how many people loved your performance or snippets that you have on the globe. So it's really a one-way street. And knowing that, the only reason you would click that love button is because you actually just genuinely like it. It doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, there's a counter in the database that gets ticked, and we do keep track of these things. But by and large, this is not a place to throw something out there and see how many people liked it. It's simply a place for expression. And as a philosopher John Stuart Mill once wrote, eloquence is heard, but poetry is overheard. And I suppose you could think of this as a kind of experience that's designed to be overheard. Now, this is kind of some of the, philosophy that underlie the design of Ocarina. And this might be another one, is this idea that technology should create calm. We'll credit this to Mark Weiser, who was the CTO of Xerox PARC more than 2 decades ago. And this is a remarkable sentiment in the sense that, well, it's not saying technology is going to solve all our problems or technology is going to create wealth or make life more convenient. It certainly has the power to do all of those. But this is saying, well, perhaps technology could bring us a kind of inner peace, could somehow integrate with the way we live and make life not more hurried, restless, but actually bring us a kind of calm. At least that's the way I read it. And actually, this is a review left for Ocarina back in 2009 in the App Store. It reads, "And this is my peace on Earth. I'm currently deployed in Iraq, and hell on Earth is an everyday occurrence. The few nights I may have off, I'm deeply engaged in this app, the globe feature that lets you hear everybody else in the world playing the most calming art I've ever been introduced to. It brings the entire world together without politics or war. It is the exact opposite of my life. Deployed U.S. soldier." As you can imagine, this is, an incredibly humbling thing to see that, something that we built, as a playful, whimsical, useless thing, well, it seemed to have brought at least a brief moment of peace for someone in a very difficult, chaotic, harrowing situation. And perhaps this is to say that, good design should enable us. It should be useful, but great design does that, but also seeks to understand something about us as humans, who we are, who we want to be, and something about our relationships with our fellow human beings. What if our tools actually could, like art, understood us in this kind of humanistic way? Think about the art that we love, your favorite song, your favorite movie, and how these things just get us, who we are, who we were, and how we relate to others. What if the tools we built with technology similarly strove to afford this kind of understanding? Well, that's the thesis of Artful Design. That's the question, and I think that is the work. So it's with this kind of thinking and ethos that we actually approach really all of our work, including building instruments in the laptop orchestra, which is actually a collection of people, laptops, and special hemispherical speaker arrays that are meant to keep sound local to the instrument. And really, this is a gesture where we're trying to build new instruments with computers, but also preserve something that we really like about acoustic instruments, which is their sound and sense of presence. If I were to play like a violin or a ukulele in the same room physically as someone else, well, they wouldn't hear the sound naturally through speakers coming, around the room, but they would hear the sound coming from the artifact. And that changes the way you actually listen to music. That changes the way you would write music and engage with it. So it's really this butterfly effect that would emanate from this simple and not so simple design of actually keeping sound local to the instrument. And these speakers, actually, we built these out of IKEA salad bowls back in the day, and they still work. They're still what we use today, some 14 years later. Well, here's just a short snippet, one of, I think, over 300 pieces now that have been played in the laptop orchestra. This is a piece called Twilight. And then there's the VR Design Lab. And I wanted to show you one thing that of many that we've built in this lab. And this is from my PhD student, Kyungkoo Kim. He designed a musical city where actually all the elements in this audiovisual interactive world actually has a kind of a musical function. This is made in Unity, which is actually Chuck, the programming language, in Unity. And so, well, it begins in the evening, and the moon starts to come out. And you can actually begin to turn on the lights in the building, so they actually control algorithmic processes for music that generates music. The Ferris wheel controls tempo, so the more you turn it, the faster the music goes. Control the density and other musical parameters, their planes, their automobiles, and when things really get going, we are going to go to the moon, where there are rabbits making rice cake. And from their concoction comes a musical chord train that will flow through the city. UFOs will come out of the sky. They're not here to hurt anybody, but rather they're here to play music together. Kind of a UFO marimba band. And at the end of the evening, everything peacefully turns off and we're ready for the next day. Now, I don't know about you, but this makes me feel like this is the kind of city, maybe the kind of world I would not mind living in, right? And this is artful design in like a different sense, in a different medium, but it's still this idea of building tools, interactive things, experiences that I think questions, interrogates, and perhaps, I don't know, puts a vision out there for a kind of a best case scenario for how we could live with our technologies. That brings me then to my final question here in this presentation, and really this larger overarching question of artful design, which is, well, design is all about choices. In an age of technology and in human discord, what does it mean to design ethically? Right, that I think is the question, one of the overarching questions of our times. In this ethics of shaping technology, well, is that like build things that do no evil, or is it shape technology to proactively do good? I will note that these two things are not in any way, shape, or form the same thing, right? Imagine a same person going through life doing no evil versus that same person going through life trying to proactively do good. I think the outcomes would be quite different. But there's actually a third question, which I think is perhaps even more actionable in a sense, and that is to try to answer in all the different ways, in all the different circumstances, how do we want to live with our technologies? I think that may be the actual, ethical and perhaps aesthetic question that we have surrounding technology in our culture and societies. So in artful design, there's this idea that, well, there has to be an artistic leap on the part of the designer that results from seeing and feeling the world at large. Designers are less problem solvers and more artists, philosophers, engineers for useful things that understand us. And to the extent we believe that, then perhaps the way we think about technology, well, they need to evolve, and the ways we educate engineers need to evolve. And that tomorrow's engineer and tomorrow's designer need to be much more than a specialist, but a kind of technological artist, a moral ethical inventor, and a system designer who can contextualize the things they built into the systems for which it's been built. So, and actually in higher education, we'll have this notion of a kind of an I-shaped student. We're like, this is not so good because this represents a kind of a person, a student who is really narrowly focused on just one thing, their discipline. But the world is big. The human world's complex. Life is quirky. So we're like, well, what if we have like a T-shaped student where you have depth, disciplinary depth, but also you have a kind of breadth, right? In artful design, I flesh out this notion of a pie-shaped student, like the letter and number pi, where one of the legs you can think of as disciplinary expertise. For me, for example, that was computer science. And then on the other leg, there's something we might call the domain expertise. For me, that was music, but for someone else, that could easily be public health. But the top, this horizontal bar here, is what I call the aesthetic lens. It's the philosophical, artistic, moral lens that gives broader meaning and context in bridging the two legs. And I think this is, well, isn't this the kind of person we should be trying to, for example, educate? Or the kind of person that we ourselves, as designers and engineers and UX researchers, whatever we do, isn't this the kind of person we might strive to be? Because this actually asks you not to just do one disciplinary task, but to really take a broader look, to broaden the horizon, to contextualize what we do in the human world. And actually, this is why things like engineering, the humanities, the arts, the social sciences, well, these are not separate things. These are not things that even put back together, because I think they're things that should have never been taken apart. To be a good engineer, you also want to be a good humanist, that you can actually understand the ambiguities and the trickiness of human life. This kind of huge, complicated mess that we call the human experience, but also to find the beauty in things like an artist and to understand the social implications and to be able to think critically through this and then somehow pull in these understandings into the tools that we actually build with technology. right? I think that is kind of this notion of a pie-shaped person from Artful Design. And, well, all the stuff I've been talking about, I've put into this book. It's a comic book, and it begins in my office, and we look at everything from buildings to school supply, to visual design, to instrument design, from the theremin to AI systems with humans in the loop, to games as more than modes of entertainment, but also of expression and reflection. Just social design, thinking about what it means to design for human connection. And with this, I want to give you one last demo for this presentation. And this is actually from a Smule app back in 2011. So like Ocarina, you can actually, in this case, you sing into the app. You can listen to other people sing from around the world on this globe. But unlike Ocarina, you can also add your voice in a +1 kind of way to the mix. In 2011, in the wake of the earthquake and tsunami disasters in Japan, a woman reached out from Tokyo and with a rendition of the song Lean on Me. And she invited people to join her. In a matter of weeks, 4,000 people around the world from all over the globe, as you can see, converged on Tokyo, in a sense, and added their voice to this virtual choir. This is what it sounds like about 1,000 people. We all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, I'll be your friend. So, you know, when design really works, it's the technology that disappears, right? And the hope is that what you have left is something good, because there will be something left after after the technology actually seemingly disappears. And I think the question is, what do we want that to be? And you know, Artful Design begins and ends with this idea that what we make makes us. The things we create, build, design today, like a boomerang, will come back to actually design us, to shape us as individuals and as communities. And maybe knowing this, we can actually maybe design better for the future. So this, in a nutshell, is what my students and I work on, and also why. And it's something that we sometimes call design for flourishing. And I think the question is one of how, you know, what does it mean to flourish, but also who gets to flourish? Should it be just the few, or can it be the many? If it's the many, can it be more or most? And is there a way that we can strive to help all of us flourish? Now, if that sounds difficult, it is difficult, but you know, that's the work. And that is Artful Design. And thank you very much for listening. And if you want to find out more, there's more at this URL. So stay safe, stay healthy, stay artful.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We heard Wang professor's presentation, and we talk about creative economy and creative industries, and a big axis of creative economy are the creative talents. And I think we heard about the challenges of the creative industry and how to foster the talent. And I think his presentation was truly inspiring to everyone working in this field. The technology development and also the interconnection with culture and ethics. And through his many concrete cases, he showed us many good examples, and we could tell that he himself is a great artist just through his presentation. He was a Guggenheim Fellow in 2016, so he is an innovative pioneer in this field. So Professor Wang will be joining us in the Q&A session. at the end of the presentations. So I hope that you can ask questions during the Q&A session. And for different creative cities, we have the young creators and artists. If you had also participated, I think it would have been very wonderful, and you could have had many concrete exchanges. But I think we are quite delayed in terms of time, so let us jump into the next presentation.
No. The next presentation is not a pre-recorded video message, but it's going to be on live here. We will invite CEO Seungmo of PoSTMEDIA to take the floor. He will speak on the topic of how to realize the ideas of converging culture and technology in a creative city. So please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Good morning. I'm Seungmo, as has been introduced in this very meaningful event. Thank you very much for inviting me. As Professor Gwang has presented, and while listening to also the presentation by Professor Pratt, I think this is really a truly wonderful event. So my presentation topic is on the digital cultural contents and urban development. For about 20 years, digital technology has been changing our society, and the urban environment is a subject that I have been giving a lot of thought to. And so what we have struggled with during the past 20 years and the ways forward will be examined in this presentation. We're living in an era of fourth industrial revolution, and technology revolution and cultural revolution have always been together. So in the past, when in Europe a railway was developed, this led to the promotion of the music industry as well. And in the early 20th century, with the onslaught of the pandemic, in terms of urban planning, it had a great impact. And cultural city, the concept of this is a concept that was brought about in the 100 years after the onslaught of the pandemic. So in this stage where we have both the pandemic and the cultural city development, so I think this is high time that we look back into history and really think about the future that we're heading for. So in 2010, I think when the smartphone came out, things really changed vastly. So before that, digital cultural content was something that we laid over on the city. You talk about the Squid Game a lot nowadays, but in the past, when we were little, we played such games. So a lot of these games have disappeared. For the past 20 years, these intangible assets, these plays have all disappeared. And how can they be revived in the, sideways, in the roadways roadside of the cities? This is something that I thought a lot about. People coming out into the roadside areas, to the boulevards, moving away from their pre-C games. This is a project that I pursued based on that concept. And the digital media city is also a project that I was involved in the area of Gangnam. In terms of design, we can approach this, but how can we promote a more civic participation in this area? So that was the focus of this project. So most of these projects at the time, converging media contents with the city, the urban environment, most of it was undertaken in areas where there was, substantial decline of the city, and so culture was brought in to revitalize those areas. So what I would like to say is that in this urban context, media has always existed. Media did not appear overnight without such a context. So in that respect, urban development and culture has always been together. But it has not been interactive in the past. But after smartphones came out, the technologies have advanced further, and I want to show you this. In the urban space, The urban space itself, in the past, when we draw pictures, we took photos, but now we can record the space by our smartphones. So what you are seeing, when I go abroad, I take with me my GoPro cameras, and I can, create into 3D spaces all the places that I've been to. This can be done by everyone else as well. You talk about VR and AR nowadays, but these contents are not produced by large companies. Now we're living in an age where individuals can create this. So with my smartphone, I went to the Kyungju Museum and I took these photos where it was allowed. And so everyone, anybody, whether it comes to cultural assets or craft products, we can turn it into digital content. It can be easily done in this era and age. About 20 years ago, it was only possible for large companies, but everybody can become a cultural producer in this age and time. And this is the royal tombs. And so these large building constructions can be turned into 3D spaces. I want to say this up front. So in some respects, they're producing cultural contents. This ecosystem itself is now changing vastly, and with the emergence of smartphone, this ecosystem has been changed into a more horizontal structure. And so technologically, in terms of the ways of expression, as you can see here, what has been recorded in the way that I've just explained in this vast space on Earth, that kind of space can be created by anybody. So bringing something in from the universe, outer space, and in this Buddhist temple, you can actually go into that area as well. And also the surrounding buildings or even the lettering can be seen in detail. So through the web and the smartphones, we can do all this. So what does this signify? In the past, railways are transforming the music industry, and nowadays the digital technology, it does not only enable communication, but the consumption pattern, the production pattern itself is changed, and so it's changing the very ecosystem that we live in. And one of the very interesting projects that I have undertaken is this. So we can create the entire world, right? That's what we thought. And so what we did was the street views from Google and Daum portal, we used that to create a city. This is a district in Berlin. And these are box data that shows open street views. And the street map related photos were used. We also integrated with the AI technologies, the AR technologies, and so you can actually move around freely in this area. So this was a very recent project. So across the world, people take photos, and we can use those photos to create a 3D version of that urban space. And I can visit that space virtually myself. You can experience that area on the web. So with the development of AR, this has become possible. And next, so from that, going a step further, cultural facilities, how does that context change in the urban area? After the pandemic, in museums and art galleries, accessibility has declined, and so virtual exhibitions is on the rise. And however, the curators of museums they're using the YouTube channels instead of AR or VR. So we have these technologies, but the people are not really familiar with the language of that technology. So technology does not exist solely as technology. They have cultural, language attached to it. And so researchers into that area is only just beginning. So what can be replaced by YouTube is being replaced by YouTube. And so we need to really study into this phenomenon. And let me show you a case study. This is the Cheongju Hall of the National Contemporary Museum, and the hall itself is closed, and so the exhibition cannot be shown. And so we actually created an outdoor exhibition last year with artist Domino in the city of Cheongju. Many of the characteristics of the city was filmed, photoed, and in the outdoor area of the Cheongju Museum, and through the AR, you can actually see the artworks. So people come in the plaza. You can see the artworks of Kwon, the artist. This was based on AR technology. And also, the craft work that is exhibited in the museum using the photographic technology. We created this 3D exhibition. We recreated the garden of the museum, and also visitors' records or logs were also kept so that they could leave their messages, those who have visited these 3D versions of the exhibitions. So we did a lot of new experiments. And smart museums have been opened by the Ministry of Culture, and they're supporting this project. So what we're seeing right now is that these digital technologies are impacting the ecosystem itself. It's changing the ecosystem, and as has been noted by Professor Pratt, the organization itself will change. The VR and AR technologies, they only provided a supportive role, but now they will become mainstream. And digital curators is a term that is now widely used in, perhaps United States. And what we are also paying attention to is that the existing museums, they are networking, but using digital assets. Now, this is a new term as well. And online exhibitions will be held. And in the online space, what's important for the museum is the networking among themselves. This is a cultural exchange for them, and that's also a reason for their resistance as well. So because of the COVID-19, this is not happening. But via online exchanges using the cultural assets is possible. So in this respect, not only the individual cultural facilities that are owned by the museums, they can be all connected, and the cultural assets that they have can be connected, and it can be disclosed to a wider audience. So this is, something that is accelerating because of COVID-19. And in relation to that, another project that we have carried out. So urban environment is where offline and online elements are combined. And the urban area also encompasses the element of time. So what we did was we researched into the time machine concept, especially as it regards the cultural assets, especially those cultural assets that still remain. If we gather the data about these cultural assets, I thought perhaps that we can experience a time machine into the past. And so we had to collect many historical cultural asset-related data. So the General Lee Sun-shin is a very famous figure in the Korean history. The data about General Lee is all dispersed throughout the country in different museums, And so using digital technology, we were able to collect the data, digitally. So this is a sampling of that effort. So the cultural promotion agency's data, and also the Joseon Kingdom's annals. These data were collected with 5 categories. We use AI technology. We applied semantic technology. It's not perfect yet, so we still have to go through a learning process. But from a research perspective, through this effort, many historical data was collected, and the spatial and the temporal elements were drawn out. It was brought into the clear, and linkages were formed. And based on this, what can we do? How can we use this? Well, basically, when we go to a certain urban space, a city space, within that space, there's a lot of historical elements, hidden inside. What happened in the past in this area. Now, at present, we have to search the Google or in the online environment to find out. But we were able to show visually what this space was about in the past. And as you can see, this was realized in a VR environment through the AR technology. If you search the area that you're standing in, the many archive data were all linked together. So in the Gwanghwamun Plaza, the Japanese colonial era images and other images are all immediately, provided because we provided these linkages for that particular area. So this was a research into the time machine. So it does not end here. Using this data, anybody can produce these contents. As Professor Wang talked about, music can be produced by anybody. It's also true for historical data as well. We have an abundance of historical data in Korea. In Jinju, not only the metropolitan areas, but the regional provinces, they also have their own, reservoir of these historical data, and they need to be turned into infrastructure using the digital technology that is available today. And finally, I would like to touch upon, adding on to what I have said, we need that added element of civic participation. Recently, we talk a lot about smart cities. In the 2000s, so we talked about the youth cities. We focus mostly on the technology aspect. But as Professor Gwang said, UBC and ubiquity is a term that has become widely known nowadays. And DMS, and from other technological perspective, we have approached this issue. Nowadays, this concept of smart cities has become different. Civic participation is very important, especially the cultural heritage cities are important. If you look at the European cities, the city itself, the entire city is a cultural heritage, but the over-tourism issue and the issue of conserving the cultural asset is a serious challenge. And so the problems that we grapple with is something that is grappled with other, cities across the world. And so in order to address these challenges, the smart cultural heritage city concept came out. So benchmarking that, we apply the concept into Gwangju and Byung. These are ancient capitals of kingdoms of the past in Korea. So we created a master plan. What we were focused on is that so these areas were past capitals of the Baekje kingdom, and they say that they are networking with each other, but these networking were not really comprehensive. And tourists who come to these areas, Gwangju and Byung, it's only about like 6 or 7 hours, 12 hours at most. These visitors would come to this Baekje Kingdom cultural area. They would visit one of the two cities, not both. So we connected these two cities using the IT technology. We also provide relevant services through this project. And in the process, we also work together with the Gwangju, local residents and the Byung local residents. And we did a living lab experiment. But it was not an easy task because they had, misunderstanding, sort of like mistrust between them. But we worked that out. And we use IT technology, but in the end, it depends on how we use the technology, and the local residents and the content creators, they need to be on board to really make effective use of the technology available. Yes, technology is already mature. The next stage is how to utilize these technology and how to understand each other better. So governance has become more important in this age and time. And so starting from IT technology, and now we've come up to the stage where even civic participation is required at the present state that we're in. And we look forward to further exchanges going forward. With this, I would like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the presentation. So word of announcement. The morning session, the schedule has been delayed significantly. And so we need to sort of reshuffle the order of today's forum. We do have one presentation remaining, but we need to push that back to the afternoon session. So we'll have the Q&A session first. So from United States, we have Professor Wang. He is waiting online to take part in the Q&A session. Professor Ko, hello.
Hello, Professor, are you there? I think we have interpretation, so this is the Q&A session, Professor. And for those who have questions about Professor Wang's presentation, you can either raise your hand and ask your question in English or Korean. The interpreters will help interpret into English if you ask a question in Korean. So anybody, please raise your hand. Yes, we have Jeong, I believe. She has raised her hand. Professor Wang, your presentation was very insightful and inspiring. So thank you so much for your presentation. In particular, the pie-shaped person, the concept, I think that will remain with me for a long time. I have a question, and there are the expert areas or professional areas and the areas where values are considered to be very important. So in a developing country, when we have cultural-related ODA projects, do you have any experience of being involved? It's because I think this is a bit maybe far from the topic of your presentation. But I think if your ideas, such inspiring ideas, can be accommodated into ODA projects or culture-related projects for developing countries, it will be very helpful. So any thoughts on that?
Well, I feel like I don't know if I can claim any experience on that in particular. I do feel like this kind of pie-shaped person and this idea of around artful design is something that's meant for like different, various groups of people. In fact, I think one of the questions that's asked is, if artful design is about design for flourishing, then who flourishes, right? And I actually don't, I might have missed the context, but I don't know what ODA actually refers to. Could someone clarify that?
네, 제가 말씀드리자면
Yes, to explain, ODA is Official Development Assistance. So it is international development and cooperation. So for developing countries, for lesser affluent countries, there are many donor countries that provide programs for these less affluent developing countries. So because you are now making your concepts being widely known, I thought that your concept could be a good factor to be incorporated into these ODA programs.
I did not hear the English translation on.
예, 영어 통역이 지금 조금 잘 안 들리는데 아까 전에는 영어가 들렸.
Apologies.
Can you hear me now, Professor Gwang? Can you hear me? I think. Okay, great. So what the gist of the question was the ODA is the development assistance for developing countries. So there are many donor countries that are providing programs. So it seems that your concept of the pie-shaped person or concept for flourishing for everyone is a very translatable concept for these types of programs for cultural assistance or programs to make these countries benefit that are lesser well off. So any bright ideas you have, although this might not be relevant to your topic of the presentation?
Actually, thank you for that clarification. It actually is relevant. And actually, even though this is not my expertise, this area of kind of ODA and really working with kind of this idea of like design specifically for developing countries and areas, I have, for example, like participated, for example, in China, working with bringing arts education to the children of migrant workers, of which the number is tens of millions in China and possibly actually much larger than that. And I think what happens is, artful design is actually based on this idea of just more art is generally better. So actually bringing this idea of art and arts practice. We did workshops around improvisation, painting. We found funding to fund a number of ukuleles that we could teach students. And I think the thing about the arts as it relates to culture is that like it's just good to have it done at all. So the more we can even find ways that are economically feasible, sustainable to bring any kinds of art and art making, whether it's music making, painting, listening, thinking about kind of arts and viewing, engaging with arts, and really being intentional in bringing the arts to underserved and in developing areas. I think that can only help to kind of raise to elevate, because I think the fear there is, I think in that limited experience I had, I really understood just how much the arts is not. It's possible for a person to actually go through life, especially in a developing area, without really ever engaging with the arts or engaging with this idea of making art. And I think this idea of making art is really at the center of artful design and the pie-shaped person, is that it's something that you do in this act of art making, and then becomes a kind of a cultural lens, a personal lens to process your own life. And that's such a valuable tool for everyone on this planet. Is like, life is not easy for anyone, but it's like harder for some than for others. But I think everyone could use as many lenses as they can for self-reflection, to actually process what's happening to us. So I don't know if that answers any of the question at all, but to my understanding, this is kind of the link between artful design but also like what we can do in kind of developing countries and developing areas. And I think that in short, the answer is really intentionally support art and art making as a kind of grassroots, possibly arts education.
네, 그 그라스루트 레벨에서의 예술 교육이나 또는 어떤 저개발 국가.
Thank you very much. You talked about grassroots art education and the helpfulness. And I think from Gwangju, we have a region in Korea. We have another question. So your presentation was very interesting, and I was very impressed by Ocarina, the app. My question is as follows. Designs directed toward people, and design needs to develop in coexistence with people. So I truly empathize with what you just said. And looking at it from an urban city perspective, then for the creative cities, we have 7 different areas for the creative cities. So for the creative cities, in order for us to become artful cities and to be connected, what should we do as a creative city? What will be important to become artful for us? I would love to hear what you think.
It really does. At some level, the answer is the same, and some levels, the answer could be different. It's the same in that I think that this, at least in artful design, I think a lot of the starting point is to give people tools for aesthetic tools for understanding kind of what they're going through in life, and to understand them as a member of like a community. And those always, I think, begins with something between like kind of art making, art education at any level. It can be with technology, it can be without kind of high technology. It's just, for people to make art at all, I think is just a fundamentally good thing. But then like for areas that have like, you know, a kind of a higher like technology kind of foundation. For example, like a lot of the students that are studying engineering, for example, where I teach at Stanford University, I think a lot of that is to help them both make art, but also to develop critical thinking and sensibilities around things like philosophy, history. History is a big one. And that's the part and to actually use those as lenses to see the world in conjunction with kind of art making. So this is very much I think the pie-shaped person, in whatever context, is really a call to action to really intentionally support this kind of multidimensional liberal arts education that includes any aspect of art and art making as a way for humans to try to understand themselves a little better. It includes really the humanities, which is really, you know, history, literature, philosophy, right? And then it could include things like social sciences, like communication, sociology, and lastly, things like engineering practices, right? And to the extent that, you know, it could be computer science, it could be machine learning, it could be mechanical engineering, but whatever it is, I think, is to give people different kinds of tools for making things and tools for really critically making sense of the world. But for me, that begins kind of bottom up in helping students and also adults actually to just make more art, but also give, you know, for students, I really help them find ways to get interested in like philosophy and history and to show how these things are so relevant to the cultural questions. Because at the end of the day, like for me, design, I think the way we think about design is that it's something that is useful, but also is something in its use can change behavior. But I think the real long-term effect of design is that it actually changes culture. And to understand how it changes behavior is important, but not enough. We have to understand how the things we make, how the policies and the products and all the things we set in motion actually come back to change in the long term kind of a kind of way of life that we could call culture. So this is I don't know, maybe this answer is too general, but that's kind of where I would start, and I'd be happy to clarify on any of those.
네, 감사합니다. 혹시
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Well, we don't have any additional questions yet. And Professor Wang, we were so impressed with the interconnection and interaction between technology and people, and as a model and as a principal, a pie-shaped person, or the manifesto. So that was very inspiring. I think your presentation will be a great help for those in administration at the creative cities, but also creators. And going forward, I believe that it will be very helpful in setting policies for creating the cultural ecosystem. If it were not for COVID-19, it would have been wonderful to meet you in person, but it was also great to have you for an online Q&A session. Once again, thank you so much, Professor. I hope that one day we can see you in Korea and invite you here so that you can meet our cultural and art creators and you can see what's happening at the creative cities and you can meet the young people here. So it would be wonderful if we could have a workshop. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here, and we will conclude the Q&A session on this note. Thank you.
사실은 지금 우리 대표님도
So we have Mr. Hong with us. So we have ended the Q&A session with Professor Gwang because he was waiting. But if Mr. Hong can stay with us till the afternoon session, we would like to invite questions for Mr. Hong then in the afternoon session. So with this, we'd like to wrap up the first session. Thank you very much. So for 1 hour, in the Knowledge Industry Center cafeteria, there will be luncheon held, and in the second floor, there's a cafe, and you can receive tickets for free coffees for that cafe on your way out. So the next session will resume at 30 minutes past 1. Thank you very much.
왼쪽 인터프리터 영어 채널 테스팅합니다. 영어 채널 하나 둘 셋 마이크를 시험 중입니다. 오른쪽 인터프리터 영어 채널 하나 둘 셋 마이크를 시험 중입니다.
아, 네. 점심 맛있게 드셨을까요?
So did you all enjoy your lunch? In the afternoon session, we have 4 presentations. So in relation to the cultural creative industry dealt with in the morning session, we will be discussing the case studies and the policy support issues. So we'll first invite Yang-hwan Lee, researcher at the Korea Creative Content Agency, for his presentation on creative industries and the National Institutional Support and Policy Formulation Directions. So please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours. Can you hear me well?
하겠습니다.
So let me begin my presentation. So I do apologize for not being able to attend in person today at my agency. There is a very important event, and so I was forced to attend this event via online. So I'm going to talk about the actual case studies and the national institutional support. So in the case of our agency, we are an affiliated organization under the Ministry of Culture, and in the area of culture, the promotion of cultural industry, that is our key responsibility, actually. And so today, in this international forum, the creative industry under the digital environment, that is the main theme. And in the content industry, which is also a creative industry, it's a representative area of the creative industry. So what kind of environmental changes has been underway and how this has affected the policy formation will be explained to you. So this is the UCCN, but content in itself in Korea, in major cities, it's used as a cultural content. The key example would be the Busan Film Festival, and in the case of city of Bucheon, there's the animation festival, and in Pangyo, immediately games are brought to mind. And so creative cities, in creating the image of a creative city, I think contents industry plays a very important role. And within that contents industry, what kind of changes are emerging, and at the national level, what kind of institutions and what kind of policies are being presented to you within the next 15 minutes. So today's topic at hand is digital transformation. So the creative industry in the digital environment. Well, this has been the topic of many presentations that preceded me, and I have listened and read the presentation materials. So interpreting all that in the contents industry, we call that the environmental changes, the digital transformation, and we are reflecting that in our policies. So simply put, in the contents industry, what does that digital transformation mean? It means that a new generation becomes mainstream. So an online-based lifestyle is how the direction that the contents industry is taking. So that is the definition of digital transformation in our context. So what's the key here is that a new generation is emerging and lifestyle is involved. And so in this age of digital transformation, so what are the changes of the contents industry? It's media changes. Contents, the term itself may be a bit unfamiliar to you, but dramas or games or webtoons and music, these are all contents, and films are contents as well. So these contents, they're a pair with media. So without media, there can't be contents, and there can't be contents without media. So media always goes along with contents, and so this media is shifting from mass media to individual media. We're going through that transformation. So the individual user's power and influence has grown immensely. At the center of all that is the M generation and the Z generation. I'm sure you've heard of this frequently. They're called the MZ generation. They're very different. M and Z are very different. Their age groups are different, but they focus on social network, and they're mobile native and digital native, and they're the main users of streaming services. That's the commonalities that cut through them. And also, metaverse is a very important topic nowadays. So in the virtual environment, many things can be implemented. Within the metaverse, the cities can be regenerated in a new form. And so a lot of attention is being paid into this area. Facebook has changed one of their missions as a metaverse. They said that they're going to build a new business division that is dedicated to metaverse. So that's quite meaningful. So the characteristics in this age of digital transformation, let me explain that first, because what I'm about to explain in the later parts of my presentation, the policies related to the contents industry, they stem from such characteristics of the digital transformation as well as COVID-19. So the first characteristic is that there's a transition of the customer experience. What does that mean? Well, in the past, the media did just deliver unilaterally the content to the users, and users used it. However, nowadays, companies can only be successful when they provide customized content to the consumers. So consumers are selecting their own contents. So producing contents and communicating them, they need to have the data and preferences of consumers. So big data is very important here. Second characteristic is that the value chain itself is changing from planning to consumption. As one of the previous presenters has noted, the ecosystem of the value chain is changing. Well, the production method and the distribution method is all undergoing changes. I'm going to elaborate more on this later on. But in the case of the distribution method, well, film, they don't go through the movie theaters anymore. They go directly to OTT. So this is being recognized by the film industry. This is a vast change in the landscape in the distribution area. And so here, UNESCO in 2018, the cultural policies, a reconfiguration, that was the title of the report by UNESCO. As you can see here, from creation to production and distribution, access and participation. This is the original and unilateral in a linear value chain. It's now being changed into a multi-dimensional configuration. And so because of this digital transformation, the content industry value chain is also changing in Korea. It was unilateral value chain in the past, but like what is being presented by UNESCO, we're now changing into a multi-dimensional value chain. And at the center lies data. Film, publishing, and music, arts and performance, they all have integrated computer systems. They share data, and the other genre as well. They are calling for integrated computer systems as well. So the third characteristic is that the business model itself is changing. Because the consumption pattern is changing, business models are changing as well, especially the subscription economy is the key word here. The cross-media, transmedia, these new terms are emerging. So today, amidst this environmental changes, the content industry, how should it form its policies? Well, recently, Korean Wave, on a unilateral level, the contents have been looked on as export items only, as if we were making cultural, entries, advances in overseas. But now it has been turned into a more interactive, a more exchange-based industry that is based on mutual understanding. So there's changes in Korean Wave as well as the content industry itself. So what has been emphasized in the process of all that is a quote by the independence fighter, Kyungkoo, in his diaries. The quote that he had left in his diaries has become very well, known. I would like to have our country become one of the most powerful cultural country in the world. So by exchanging based on the power of our culture, we would like to exchange, engage in exchanges with other countries. We would like to make the world richer, a more kind and compassionate place. That's what he said. So voices have been calling for us to change the direction of our policy for content industry in that way. But as of yet, such a sentiment is not fully reflected in our policies. And another thing that we are focusing on is that in the creative industry, what cannot be left out is the 3 T's are espoused by Professor Richard Florida: technology, talent, and tolerance. So these 3 T's are also key elements in policy formulation. And lastly, in 2018, the Nobel Prize winner in economics, Professor Paul Romer, he said that R&D is important in technological innovation, and in the R&D, people, knowledge, and idea is the key. So he emphasized focus on these 3 areas. So these 3 aspects are not being, fully reflected in our policy-making process, but we are bearing that in mind, and we are making the effort to try to incorporate these elements into the new policies. So with regards to policy support for the contents industry, in 2019, a representative strategy was the contents industry top 3 innovation strategy. That was before COVID-19. At the time, global platform growth, 5G, wireless communication commercialization, and the resurgence of the new Korean wave was to be supported through this strategic plan. And as a key action plans, expanding the policy finance and also nurturing the immersive content like AR and VR, and also Korean wave and other relevant industries like consumption sector or the manufacturing sector. The top 3 innovation strategy was announced for the contents industry. However, as you're well aware, the COVID-19 came upon us, and the Korean New Deal, the comprehensive plan, was announced by the Korean government. I cannot go into each and every detail, but the key of the Korean New Deal is the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, and also to protect the vulnerable groups, strengthening the social safety net. So contents industry-related policies was also focused on digital industry, environmental, area policies, and also to protect the vulnerable groups who are underprivileged in terms of cultural content policies. To protect these groups were also considered afterwards. So the Digital New Deal and contents industry-related untapped growth strategy. This new strategy was announced in September 24th of 2020, and in the case of this growth strategy, it was proclaimed by the president himself. The key of this strategy is that in this untapped environment, we need to smoothly carry out the digital transformation, and also in order to pioneer the new next generation contents market, the immersive contents and AI and data utilization related infrastructure needs to be laid. And also we need to preserve our cultural heritage. And finally, we need to strengthen the competitiveness of the K-contents in the world market and how to utilize our intellectual property. The strategy toward that is contained in mutual cooperation and ecology that has been adversely impacted by the COVID-19. The contents ecology had to be restored, so plans for that was included as well. So the Digital New Deal untapped contents industry growth strategy. So that's summarized here. In 2019, there was another actually strategic plan to enhance the competitiveness of the contents industry in 2018. But afterwards, in 2019 and 2020, there were new strategies that came up, and that reflected the changes in the environment that we found ourselves in. So that's the direction that we're going into. But as you are well aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has been quite protracted. And so not only the contents industry, but across the entire industries of the Korean economy, a lot of adverse impact was felt. And so the Korean government, in this July of 2021 government, announced the Korean New Deal 2.0 version, strengthening the social safety net. I know those areas that did not have the New Deal attached to it. The Human New Deal was a new concept that was incorporated, and it was added on to the existing Korean New Deal 1.0. So there was that change, and so investment into people and strengthening the social safety net and young population policies, and also reducing the digital gap. So these directions were also impacting the cultural industry as well, the contents industry. Especially in the Korean New Deal 2.0, metaverse and cloud and blockchain, these three areas were emphasized, and utilizing these areas, new growth and nurturing has been a new policy area that was added. So new industries will be nurtured based on these three elements. So, and in the course of all that, early this month in November, the Korea Creative Content Commission meeting was presided by the Prime Minister, and so reflecting all the changes that have happened over the years, the COVID-19 Overcoming Content Industry Innovation Strategy was announced. So adding on to the existing strategy, what needed to be complemented and supplemented were emphasized in this strategy that was announced at this commission meeting. And so the key characteristic of this innovation strategy is that it focuses on returning to normalcy based on culture. So presenting a rosy, future, focusing on technology. That's what we did in the past. But in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, the ecology was wiped out in the arts, performance, and culture area. The artists and companies involved in that field, helping them rehabilitate and recover was the focus. And then the digital capability and innovating the ecosystem itself of the contents industry and re-strengthening the Korean wave. So a new value chain was to be created for the contents industry of Korea through this strategy. For a very short period of time, the contents industry and then the cultural industry, what kind of reality we find ourselves in Korea. And starting from 2019, every year there was contents industry-related policy support strategies that were announced. I've explained all that. What's important here is that the contents industry, as the years go by, exchanges and people and creativity, how we're going to preserve all of these elements. These are areas that are receiving much more attention compared to the past and much more investment as well. And those vulnerable groups who are not able to enjoy the culture and contents, and policy support for these vulnerable groups are also the key area that the policies are focusing in. So with this, I would like to wrap up my presentation. I did attach some slides introducing my agency, the Korea Creative Content Agency. Because of lack of time, I'm going to skip over, in order to promote the culture and contents industry, we exist. So once again, if I have this opportunity in the future, I would be really happy to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. So we're going to listen to a presentation on the case studies of different cities. Mr. Lee, can you stay with us, or do you have to leave immediately after your presentation is over? Well, at 2 o'clock, for briefly about 15 minutes, I would have to go somewhere else, but I'm going to come back afterwards. Yes. well, the Korea Creative Content Agency in the developing the Korean content industry, it is a very important agency. And as Professor Andy Pratt said in the morning session, understanding the creative economy and supporting the creative economy when making policies for that, data is of key importance. And so the Korea Creative Content Agency the Ministry of Culture is issuing statistics related to culture industry, and you're the one that is responsible for compiling that data. So we do hope that you're able to join us later on in the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
자, 이양한 본부장.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And we're going to hear the second presentation from the case of Jinju UNESCO Creative City. And we're going to hear the efforts of Jinju City in responding to the pandemic and fourth industrial revolution by Chairman of the Jinju Steering Committee, Mr. Jeong Byung-hoon, please.
진주에서
In Jinju, we are holding the UNESCO Creative Cities Network Forum, and I am very glad that we're able to host this forum, and it's a great honor for me to deliver this presentation here. Today, I will be talking about the efforts of Jinju City in responding to the pandemic and fourth industrial revolution. Apart from the fourth industrial revolution, there was also the pandemic, which is still occurring. And I believe that the situation of the pandemic is emphasizing the meaning of the fourth industrial revolution. And I believe that this is something that can be repeated at any time in the future. I know that this presentation is being delivered to countries abroad as well, and I would like to introduce the city of Jinju, and then I will delve into my presentation. Looking at Jinju City, it has over 1,300 years of history, and it has a population of more than 360,000 in the southeast area of South Korea. It was a city that had fallen behind in industrialization. However, it was able to preserve the academic and cultural traditions of southeastern part of Korea. And we have more than 6 universities here, and we have more than 90,000 student population. It is a center of education and culture. It used to be silk and farming that were the main economic centers, but now we are a site for innovative cities, so the city is quickly changing. Let me introduce the cultural assets of Jinju City. Jinju is widely recognized as a city of dance and silk, and we have a long history of wooden furniture, including Seungmo, and we have many long traditions in crafts. We have many traditional dances and renowned for its silk products. You can see for folk art, we have the Jinju ochwande, which is mass dance performance. We have the sotdaejengi, traditional acrobatics, and Jinju gonmu, and nogak as well. And some have been added to UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage list. Jinju 삼천포 nogak is on that list. And we have the 소목장, who are the ones that make wooden furniture, 두석장, that make the metal hinges for those furniture, and 장도장, who are the ornamental knife makers. And these traditional crafts are very well known. We have silk manufacturing and one of the world's top 5 silk producing region, producing more than 70% of Korean national production. And Jinju has a distinguished, unique silk weaving techniques. And Korea Silk Research Institute is located here. We have the Namgang Yurung Festival, which is well known here. And it's a nighttime beautiful festival with the lantern crafts works. We are facing the challenges of COVID-19 and the fourth industrial revolution, and I believe the situation brought about by COVID-19 will last for a considerable period of time. And how we adjust our lives to the new conditions of life, contact-free or untact situations in folk arts and craft will take place. And Jinju, as I mentioned, is a folk art and craft creative city. So we will need to think about how we're going to transmit and these cultures. Also, in cultural and arts, we are seeing decreasing international exchanges. Thirdly, you are probably well aware about the fourth industrial revolution, and through the fourth industrial revolution, through digital media, we are communicating, and this is becoming our everyday life. And I believe that arts and culture are no exception. I believe that utilizing the results of the fourth industrial revolution will be a way for us, a quick way for us to overcome the COVID-19 situation. Next, we are seeing cultural gaps between urban and rural areas in the area of culture increasing because of the fourth industrial revolution. It's because in the agricultural or urban areas, they have a lack of the utilizing skills of these types of technologies. So we must adapt to the new normal brought about by COVID-19 and the fourth industrial revolution, which is the challenge we need to overcome. Jinju also set forth a new direction. The new direction is digitalization. To give you the conclusion first, it is to have digitalization in all cultural areas. That is the main direction. The fourth industrial revolution, even in the COVID-19 situation, has seen people constantly create culture. And I believe the revolution serves as a great breakwater for humanity to constantly produce culture and maintain civilization in the coronavirus situation. We are seeing people endure social distancing, quarantine, and lockdown. So we need to have a digital shift, which will help us in these ways. Through the fourth industrial revolution, we have the virtual, augmented, and mixed reality and hologram technologies and other new realities that we are experiencing, as well as various sensor technologies and touch-sensitive devices, which is becoming commonplace. In culture and art, we will need to utilize all of this and understand this. So that is the basic direction for Jinju City's cultural policies. In addition, we need to work hard to adapt to the situation. And in this vein, it is necessary to digitize various cultural activities, including crafts and folk arts. And we need to know how to digitize this. Let us look at our efforts to overcome the situation. First, we need to understand the significance and content of the fourth industrial revolution, and we need to learn how to utilize the media and digital technologies. The sector that has been one of the most neglected by the artists in the field of crafts and folk art will need to be taken into consideration, because people have thought that crafts and folk arts are always transmitted face to face and through person to person. So we need to think of ways to have this handed down, and we need to secondly digitize various cultural activities, including crafts and folk arts. And systemizing and digitizing craft activities will be important. Next, we need to have state-of-the-art media technology that need to be converged with folk arts and crafts. Third, I believe that in order for artists to maintain their art creation, what we need is facilities such as media labs. We need to install them as quickly as possible so that many artists and artistic organizations can use these facilities and equipment. We have a lot of the elderly artists in these areas, and they will need training for them to get used to these technologies and devices. So we need a training system to have training for the elderly artists. Jinju, as a UNESCO creative city, is making many efforts. In 2019, the city of Jinju became a member city of the UNESCO Creative Cities and Network in the field of crafts and folk art, and we are working hard to achieve sustainable development based on our cultural assets and creativity. There are 4 approaches to overcome the situation. First is the academic approach. We believe that this is of utmost importance. We are holding the Creative Cities Academic Forum as a part of these efforts. Since 2017, we have been hosting the International Academic Forum on the theme of Creative City for 6 years. And we had online and offline hybrid type of academic forum. And the topic for this year was creative transmission and industrialization of traditional crafts. What I mean is that among these approaches, we always have been working to have digitalization of all our approaches and efforts. Secondly, Jinju has been publishing International Journal of Crafts and Folk Arts since last year. And in the bags that you have received, you will see a copy inside. It is to share the experiences of creative cities, and this is being digitalized. So in January, we had a webzine that was published online. In order for industrialization and to share these activities, we need an academic foundation. That was the intention of this journal. Next, we had peer learning virtual visiting seminars. Since physical visits are not possible in 2020, in November, we had a virtual seminar with Austria, Vienna, and Patrice. And on the 27th of October, Jinju was the host. And under the theme of cultural promotion for the vulnerable, we also had a virtual visit seminar. The last approach from an academic perspective is City and Culture Lab. This is a meeting that we have to study, read, and design and implement programs for public spaces. And through Zoom, we have online meetings every 2 weeks for us to make a list of public spaces with symbolic meaning, set up programs to transfer these spaces into creative spaces, and efforts to decrease the gap between urban and rural areas. Next is our artistic approach. One of those approaches is Jinju Artists in Residence. We had this event in October, and we had the 3 international artists who came to Jinju, and they collaborated with the Jinju artists. We had international exchanges and the creative promotion through these efforts. And tomorrow, you will go to Jinju Traditional Crafts Biennale, so it will be held for 18 days. And the main theme is Law of Traditional Crafts. We have 12 leading craftsmen from Korea, as well as 13 craftsmen from 12 UNESCO creative cities. And their works are near 200, and they will be displayed in 4 galleries. You can also visit online with the 3D views. So this is all digitalized as well. The last approach in artistic approach is the arts delivery program that we held. It was to encourage the wider participation of the disadvantaged or vulnerable social groups in cultural life. and to reduce the cultural gap between urban and rural areas. We had the artists who visited the smaller towns and villages, and we had 2 that were held in 2020, and we will have another one in 2021. And through this, it will help reduce the cultural gap between urban and rural areas, and we will also digitalize this approach as well. Next is the industrial approach. There are 2 programs. First is Crafts Product Contest and Business Incubation Project. It is to promote craft startup businesses, and we plan to have promotion of cultural diversity by developing craft products that symbolize the identity of Jinju and link them with the creative tourism industry. And we will have online of this program as well. Next is to have Convergence Crafts and Folk Arts Hub project. And we want to create a Convergence Crafts and Folk Arts Hub in the Old City Center. And we want to promote experimental works that converge different methods, and we have been holding a program for 3 years, and there is our new media lab that will be soon installed. And next is the educational approach. There are 2 main projects. First is the Korean Craft and Design Foundation supported Jinju Craft Center, which was launched and established in 2020. Having a digital archive in crafts is very important, and this will contribute to creating an ecosystem for crafts. Next is One Person, One Talent project. We want to promote the cultural capacity of Jinju citizens through crafts and folk arts, and through online programs, we had these programs disseminated online, and we are working hard so community center facilities can improve and become a venue for learning. So this is my conclusion. Jinju City, in order for us to respond to COVID-19 and digitalization, is for us to have, as I mentioned, non-face-to-face digitalization efforts, and we can utilize the many results of digitalization. What is most urgent is to provide the artists with equipment that will allow shooting and recording their works and performances, as well as train them to use the equipment effectively and adequately, as was mentioned by the previous presenter. To this end, we want a media lab to be built so that various art groups can share and utilize the lab's equipment and manpower. Jinju City plans to have the media lab, the cultural activity data center, and the traditional craft archive. So we are accelerating our efforts in this direction so that it can help us respond to the pandemic and the 4th industrial revolution. Thank you very much. I will end my presentation. Thank you very much, Chairman Jeong. Jinju City, during the pandemic years, has been working very hard, and I hope that the Media Lab and other plans are well realized. And even during these challenging times, you work to promote many programs with the community members. I applaud you for your efforts.
The next presenter is from China. This is going to be a presentation on the case of Shenzhen City. In the UCCN context, Shenzhen City is very active in its promotion of design. So Professor Han from Shenzhen City of China will present the case study of Shenzhen City, which is a design creative city in China. So we will be airing a pre-recorded video message.
Team from the Creative Industries in Design Management Department from Shenzhen University. It is our honor today to represent Shenzhen and give such a presentation in this forum. Our speech mainly focuses on how Shenzhen's policies promote the development of new technologies and creative industries in the digital era. The content of this speech is divided into 3 parts, which include the diversified strategic position of Shenzhen for the country, the implementation of the policy of creative industries, and development trends for the future. We'll start with an introduction to the position of the city's strategy and its policy background. Shenzhen was designated as a special economic zone in China 40 years ago, and now gradually represents China and plays its role in the world in providing more openness and inclusiveness, promoting sustainable development, and playing an exemplary role as a demonstration zone for the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which makes greater impact inside the whole country and hopefully for the globe. At the same time, Shenzhen promotes centrality and leading role during the construction of the pilot zone for socialism with Chinese characteristics and the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area. In this context, the city has been making large efforts in cultivating cultural and creative industries and high-tech industries to drive the development of the Greater Bay Area, and has gradually explored a new development model as a Cultural Plus format. Moreover, in terms of geographic advantages, Shenzhen is located in the knowledge-intensive industrial belt of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, where accumulates large numbers of leading industrial power in terms of internet technology, artificial intelligence technology, and all the other technological innovations. So we can see that in recent years, driven by the national policies, Shenzhen has gradually become a demonstrative role model for the region and the whole country. In the national 13th five-year plan period, Shenzhen strives to develop cultural and creative industries, continuing to launch events facilitating the branding of the city, and constantly empowering the country's national cultural strategy. Subsequently, during the 14th five-year plan period, Shenzhen focuses on digital innovation corresponding to the national strategy for science and technology. Under the guidance of the central policies and the Chinese Communist Party, Shenzhen has issued a series of implementation policies dedicated to the development of creative cities. So, following the time scope, we take the Shenzhen City of Design report from 2015 to 2020 and the relevant government reports as the key research materials. And by sorting out various policies and achievements of Shenzhen in different critical periods of cultural development, we now could see the changes in goals at different stages and the co-development of culture with the city, Greater Bay Area, and even the whole country. Based on the policies, we summarized the key directions of Shenzhen in each development stage and reviewed how the activities implemented in different directions combined with new technologies, guiding Shenzhen to the digital era. In 2003, Shenzhen took the lead nationwide in establishing a cultural city strategy and decided on the prominent position of culture in the overall development strategy of the city. On November 19th of 2008, Shenzhen was officially designated by the UNESCO as the first city of design in China and the 6th one in the world of the UCCN. With continuous attention to the cultural and creative industry, design is reconstructing the relationship between urban culture, humans, and society with strong influence, continuously empowering industrial innovation and leading the rapid development of urban cultural and creative industries. For the industry, Shenzhen government has been launching a large number of financial support for the 6th strategic emerging industries, that is, the biology, the internet, new energy, new materials, cultural creativity, and new generation information technology, on the physical side and the aspect of industrial integration. Being as such a demonstration zone, Shenzhen's design industries are able to attract more domestic and foreign talents, capitals, and design enterprises. At the moment, the city strengthens the leading role of science and technology, promotes digital technology, software technology, mobile communications, the internet, and cloud computing, and stimulates the continuous integrated development of culture and technology. With the strong support of government policies and funds, Shenzhen provides a large number of possibilities for the convergent development of cultural and creative industries and high-tech industries, which drives industrial integration and innovation. Since 2015, Shenzhen has joined the international conversation as a design city by building an international maker center, establishing twin cities, and actively holding and participating in international design awards. On one hand, with such efforts, citizens are able to enjoy the application of various new products and technologies in the food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment at a close range, and experience the great changes brought by innovation and entrepreneurship in a diversified and multi-scenario way. While on the other hand, the International Maker Center gathers emerging achievements in artificial intelligence fields such as intelligent homes, intelligent robots, autonomous vehicles, virtual reality, and holographic projection from the world's top Internet of Things applications. It also promotes exchanges between innovative technology enterprises and maker teams at home and abroad. Remarkably, in the same year, Shenzhen won more than 100 awards in the IF design competition, accounting for more than one-third of the total number of the whole country. In addition to participating in international competitions, the scale of the 2015 Shenzhen Innovative Design Award was twice as large as that of the first one, with increasingly wider influence in the globe. Apart from the internalization actions, Shenzhen carries out a series of creative projects for city branding in China, both in the city level and in the area level, which gives full play to Shenzhen's dominant position in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, and enrich the content of the city's brand with creative design. In the city level, Shenzhen shapes its city brand by holding a series of cultural festivals and events, building cultural facilities, establishing a digital public service system, and other content related to urban innovation and development. First of all, Shenzhen hosts a variety of brand culture festival activities, such as Shenzhen Bay International Fringe Festival, Urbanism Architecture by City Biennale, etc. Secondly, Shenzhen strives to promote the construction of a number of landmark cultural facilities, such as Shenzhen Contemporary Art and Urban Planning Exhibition Hall in the downtown, and Pingshan Art Museum that locates in the area about 1 hour drive from the city center, which balance the city's cultural resources with promotion of the cultural environment. Shenzhen makes great efforts to applying the Internet Plus thinking to promote city life experiences. For example, the construction of digital libraries and building e-platform of a library city, which improves the citizens' reading experience. Also, under the impetus of sharing economy, a new mode of travel service adapted to Internet is created to improve the efficiency of urban public services. And in the Bay Area level, to build a regional brand, Shenzhen is enlarging the exhibition resources and industrial advantages of Hong Kong and Macau to strengthen cooperation in the digital creative industry among the Greater Bay Area, and even in establishing a new design institute for creative innovation for the city. In this way, driven by the policy of sustainable innovation and development of the city, Shenzhen creates the city label of sustainable development and innovates the city brand through multiple international exchange activities, exploring the innovation path of development from the city level and the area level. Strategic emerging industries play a leading role in long-term city development in the digital era, especially starting from 2020 due to the epidemic situation in the globe. The digitalization strategy of the cultural industry, the construction of digital creative industry clusters, and the strengthening of diversified consumption experience are becoming the main direction for the future by accelerating the development of new cultural enterprises and cultural consumption patterns. It can be seen from all of the above that, relying on the strong support of the government policies, the city's development proposes multidimensional focuses that integrate new technologies in different stages, such as culture, design, industry, internationalization, and city branding. Through diversified creative actions, it brings creativity to urban development, the core of which is that design-driven innovation is gradually integrating into urban development and construction, which highlights the significance of design for society in the future. In the post-epidemic era, a new round of scientific and industrial revolution has ushered in the world, and the digital economy has become a new driving force for the high-quality development of China's national economy. Digital transformation is becoming the main theme of China's economic development during the national 14th five-year plan period. Based on its pioneering position in high technology and innovative industries, Shenzhen has given priority to promoting industrial transformation, upgrading, and integration in manufacturing, finance, education, and culture, bringing a new prospect to the development of the digital industry in the future. The United Nations designated the year of 2021 as the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. Simultaneously, the digital economy provides more new forms for the creative industry, and Shenzhen's creative industry is also exploring more possibilities of sustainable development in the direction of digital experience, digital communication, and digital life. The outbreak of the epidemic has rapidly transformed diverse experiences. Online exhibitions, online forums, and online concerts have become the transformation forms of physical experiences. And the festivals and activities have been provided with more sustainable possibilities in this way. The potential of digital transformation and digital consumption is gradually emerging. The combination of digital technology and cultural industry enhances the value of products and services and industrial cooperation, and also drives the international influence of creative industries. The multiple communication in digital form breaks the time and space boundaries. For example, Shenzhen Innovative Design World and Shenzhen Design Week have been held successfully even in 2020 by applying digital organizing methods, which allows the city to provide more diversified content for global design. Moreover, policies formulated this year draws large focus on building a global digital pioneer city. It promotes the development of local innovative and creative enterprises, energetically develops the digital economy, and builds a digital government, smart city, and digital ecology. Eventually, these activities promote the digital transformation of industries and lead citizens to a new digital life. Hence, Shenzhen is developing digital urban ecology, making significant effort to build intelligent systems in infrastructure construction, public services, and daily life and consumption, and provide the digital life experience for all the citizens. In terms of urban infrastructure construction, intelligent upgrading in the era of Internet of Everything improves the efficiency of work. For example, the application of smart payment in transportation systems significantly improves the travel efficiency and convenience for the individual citizens. In addition to the intelligent services of infrastructure construction, the city is also strengthening the application of digital public services. For example, the online classrooms, internet hospitals, smart libraries, and other service institutions to innovate public service models and products. Finally, in terms of daily life and consumption, the city is committed to creating a new digital life full of varieties, such as promoting the digitalization of shopping experience, the home life, mobility, tourism and leisure, smart communities, etc. To summarize, from the development of Shenzhen in recent years, we can see that design is driving the in-depth upgrading of industry, culture, life, and innovation. With the transformation of 5G network and big data, design is empowering the development of products, industries, and the construction of cities. It gathers the advantageous resources of the city by policies from different levels and time stages, conducts creative projects facilitating industrial integration, which reveals the city's strong cultural innovation ability to the world. Okay, we hope our presentation is able to provide some considerable insights for the case of Shenzhen, and we are looking forward to work together with the friends from the globe for the sustainable development of the cities and the better future for all. Thanks a lot for listening and appreciate very much for the efforts of the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shenzhen is next to Hong Kong, and it was one of the very first cities to join in the opening reform policies of China. And so because it's neighboring Hong Kong, the ICT industry is very much developed, and this city has become a smart city, and now it's a design city. The process of how it was successfully developed into such a design and smart city was explained to us. And so the size of our, creative cities in Korea, well, given the Shenzhen example, I think in terms of size, there's a significant difference. So, and one of the key insights that we can learn from the Shenzhen example is that design, this creative city concept, how can it be, incorporated into all aspects of the city life? And the UNESCO, concept was very much welcomed and utilized from the very early stages. So in the Initial General Assembly, the design award-winning works were exhibited, and Shenzhen, in the exhibition hall that was this large, the award-winning works that they had selected were exhibited. So it was one of the cities that was very proactive in networking activities.
Let us go to the next presentation. The next presentation will be delivered by Creative City Team of Gwangju Cultural Foundation's team leader, Jeong, and it will be about digital creative city, change and acceptance of art platform. And we will hear about their policies in Gwangju. It is great to be here. And I am from UNESCO, Creative City of Media. My name is Jeong, and I am a team leader of the Creative City Team of Gwangju Cultural Foundation. At Jinju Forum, we're hearing about the business, the direction of the creative cities, and it is a great pleasure for me to be here. And today, I will be talking about digital creative city and the acceptance of new art platforms. And I will be talking about what kind of changes the creative cities have been having after COVID-19 and what are the future-oriented policies that the cities are establishing. Of course, I cannot represent all the creative cities, so I will focus my presentation on Gwangju Creative City. And I will talk about some cases. Gwangju, in our urban development, has different level plan. So we have 6 media art spaces as the first stage so that the citizens of Gwangju can realize this. And we have the Art and Media and Art Technology Center. And we have been doing our best to actively implement our policies, and it will be finished within this year. And lastly, we have the public art reflecting works that will be taking place in different areas of Gwangju. Today, I will be focusing on not the general aspects, but on specific cases of what we have been doing since the outbreak of COVID-19. First, you can see the UNESCO Creative Cities Network Annual Conference. It took place in Fabriano, Italy in 2019. I believe that this was a time when we had face-to-face contact, we had meals together, we had meetings together, we had the different mayors of creative cities that engaged in face-to-face contact. And this seems to be a dream now, but I hope that we can have a similar meeting going forward, but we cannot rest still until this is realized. So let us think about what kind of choices the creative cities made after COVID-19. Today, we have been hearing about the entrance into non-face-to-face societies, conversion to digital technology era, and we have been hearing about how to accommodate and adopt the changes of the art platforms. Gwangju also has been making many attempts to accommodate the many changes, and I would like to show you some cases. The first case I want to present to you is the exchange cooperation project between the creative cities. So we had 13 countries, 14 cities, and ironically, after COVID-19, I believe exchange and cooperation was most affected. However, we were fortunate enough to have a very active year in international cooperation and exchanges because we had the digital conversion, so we could use media such as Zoom or other types of media. And we were able to have 13 countries, 14 cities to have city-to-city play project, so that we were able to have the different artists and the experts and the curators that had many labs. And in late November, we're going to have a digital festival. Let us look at which cities participated. So let me introduce the cities to you. You can see the 14 cities, 13 countries. And we had meetings until midnight last night because of the time difference. And then I came here, so I hope that you can also share in our digital festival. After COVID-19, we wanted to overcome the challenges, and we don't have only online cooperation and different ways, but we have non-face-to-face different festivals, Bucheon, Creative City, and Media Art France, as well as Gwangju, and other cities had month-long international cooperation. And as you know, even though we have great development in technology, there are different difficult circumstances to overcome. And today, we arrived a bit late, and coming here, we saw that there was a 5-minute delay. So in the network, we cannot actually avoid the delays. But when we tried to have simultaneous live streaming between the different countries and cities, it was an experimental challenge for us. However, we were successful to have a non-face-to-face network event or performance, and it was very successful. So I would like to show you a short video clip. In 5:45 in Barcelona, Spain, and Bucheon, you can see different teams cooperated in this performance. You can see VR, you can see dancers in Spain, Barcelona, and you can see that everything sometimes works and not works because of the delay, but you can see that there was a simultaneous performance of the different cities. In Bucheon, you can see this art performance team, and it was truly amazing to see this. I don't think I have a lot of time, so I will need to cut this short, but we had this non-face-to-face performance that we experimented with. So after suffering through COVID-19, we tried to have digital conversions and to change our art platforms so that we could overcome the challenges. So in implementing media art, we thought about the situation, and I think for the different creative cities, it will be similar. We utilizing AI, metaverse, art, meeting cultural industry, and art meeting the cities. So I think this is something not only for Gwangju, but for other creative cities as well. First of all, in many industries, we are seeing AI. As you know, AI or machines are no longer assistants to human beings. In another aspect, it seems that they are side by side with us. Even in art creation or planning, that was seen to be an area just for humans. We are seeing the robots interacting, like a robot drawing this picture. And there are algorithms by AI that is also showing human realistic capabilities. AI drawing pictures and engaging in curation, we have seen some challenges because are these works of art or is this technology, and to whom does the copyright belong to? So in AI, one of the biggest issues is that it is going beyond the realm of human beings, and it is no longer a method to assist human beings, but now we are communicating and exchanging with AI. In Gwangju, we had the Gaia, which was the artwork by 노지나 artist. So let me show you. I can become a very realistic organism by communicating. So I really want to become a human being, and you probably will not be able to imagine how much I want to become a human being. So it's a bit long, so you can see that it's very scary. So this is Gaia, not yet human, and at our gallery, I talked to Gaia, and Gaia, through deep learning, has data learning, and it is like a human evolving, and it learns based on data, and it seems that we are sharing our thoughts. And I asked Gaia, when are you happy? I think I will be happy when I become a human being. What do you want to do when you become a human being? I want to be your friend. When I first met Gaia, I didn't want to become her friend because I was too scared of her. So I thought I needed to have time to think about whether I wanted to be your friend. And Gaia told me that you are unhappy because you think too much. So I learned something from Gaia, and I thought that I need to think less. Likewise, AI is going beyond the realm of even human beings, and it seems that this is a future and we need to coexist together. Another hot buzzword is metaverse. So even if you don't catch the bus, you need to know about metaverse. You probably hear the word metaverse a lot, and it is true that we have different types of difficult terminology that many citizens are having difficulties with, and they want us not to use English terms too much and to explain this in a simple way. So we made cartoons and comics to explain this easily. So metaverse is a convergence of different technologies, and it is very hard for us to simply explain what metaverse is. Metaverse is three-dimensional virtual world, and it is similar to virtual reality, but the difference between the two is its connection to reality, because VR, it looks very similar to realistic world, but it is isolated and separated from the real world. But in the case of metaverse, it is connected to the reality. For example, you can meet your friends in a virtual space and go shopping. You can go on a trip. So metaverse is a world that converges reality and virtual. I have a short video clip, and metaverse, I think, has many positive and negative connotations, but I think metaverse is already a future that has arrived and is one of the platforms that we need to utilize. So let me show you a short video clip.
키워드에
So we have the keyword meta and universe. So technology is being introduced, and I wanted to show you a short video clip of Professor Kim Sang-gyun. But you can see metaverse is already arrived, and you can actually find this easily on YouTube. So I think this is a very good explanation about what metaverse is. So for time constraint reasons, well, it says I need to restart the program to get back to my original PowerPoint presentation. So please bear with me.
컴퓨터가 과부하가 걸린 것 같아요.
I think there is a computer overload, so we will hear the presentation with now the presentation. Oh, great. And I think one of Gwangju City's policies to use metaverse is to use it in tourism. You can see many parts of the city are being realized through metaverse. So we can link tourism to metaverse, and these were suggested during our policy forums. Let's think about how art met the industry. And you can see hologram and VR. And we have been running a hologram theater and getting some profits. And I think this can be utilized in different ways. And for different conferences, we have a telepodium. So in some cases, I might not come here myself physically, but have a beam, and I will be there. And this is big data or other data that is being utilized. And for facial recognition, you can see the customer, and you can know at what time, what age bracket of customers visited what shop for what duration of time. And you can do this for marketing as well. So there are many cases when technology is being incorporated into industry or business. And this is like Decentraland. We have the prices on the virtual real estate. You can see NFT is also quite a complicated topic, so I will not try to explain here, but NFT is digital token that proves your digital asset. And now this work was sold for 78.5 billion won by Christie's, a very famous auction house. So we believe that this will have a great impact going forward as well. Then should we always talk about the future? No, I think we need to talk about the status quo and what we're doing and what we're doing well. So you can see the wave artwork that was actually displayed in the SM Town's display space. And you can see Korean design space that was installed in New York. And this was a public art installation. K-art and K-culture seems to be leading the future direction as well. So it seems that this is going to be a very important access and at UN for the SDGs. BTS, I'm sure you all know who BTS is. And BTS actually gave a performance at New York. And I would like to listen to the rest of the song, but we can't because of time constraints. But we also need to think about the future direction as well as K-art, K-culture, how we can exchange this to larger businesses and industries. I hope that we can also think about the different methods. And for the digital creative cities, well, we went to the Daegu Forum, and today we're at the Jinju Forum. And what creative cities are thinking hard about is how to accommodate the technologies changes. And there is art, music, media art, design. And it seems that cooperation and convergence of these different areas is very important. And to this end, we need the genre convergence as well as to have governance to make this possible and to actively accommodate technologies such as AI and metaverse so that we can have the changes in our cities following digital innovation. Through these digital changes, I believe that cities will be a space for us to experience and not only see. And it will be a place not only for fun, but for us to feel a sense of joy and move our hearts. And it will be an area where we can enjoy it alone, but together, and have a place for harmony. I believe that going forward, because we are a UNESCO creative city, there is something that we must not forget. It's that cities need to be connected together and they need to discuss the common issues that the cities are facing, such as climate environment and job creation. That was actually commented by Mayor Pavriano. And we heard from Director General Paula of UNESCO that the cities that are the labs of creativity need to share our common issues and to resolve them together. Gwangju also is trying hard to implement the SDGs, and we have media arts and festivals, and we try to have consideration of climate change, disaster prevention, and different types of ways to have the SDGs implemented. You can see via real-time big data showing the changes of nature. We made media art. We are going to make media art villages and roads, and it will be important for us to have a place for us to visit, but we want to have virtual spaces so that this can help us in our tourism as well. Today, I've talked about the Gwangju Creative City cases, and we have large strategic programs, and we have been implementing these programs to the best of our ability, and thank you very much for inviting me here to deliver this presentation. From Gwangju, we heard this wonderful presentation, and I think for different cities, it has been some time since you became a creative city. And for Gwangju, I think you have made so much progress. And going forward, now we need to make creative cities in metaverse as well. So there is a long way to go. And I believe that media art and different media are becoming very important to technology and society changes. It says that we are supposed to end at 2:40, but it is already 2:53, and we are supposed to have a Q&A session. So although we are running late, I think we need to spend at least 10 minutes in having this Q&A. We heard from Shenzhen and Gwangju and from Koka. So if you have any related questions and comments, please feel free. And we also heard from Jinju as well.
각 도시들이
So these different cities, in this COVID-19 context, what we have discussed, and then the cities have different experiences of their own. Today, the case studies that we have heard mostly centered around the successes that they've experienced, but I think the experiences will vary depending on these cities. Any challenges, perhaps, that you have experienced, that can be also shared during the Q&A session. So, yes, team leader, John, because none of the urban planning experts are asking questions, so let me do so. Mr. Lee talked about the content industry's ecosystem. Well, realistically speaking, Mr. Lee, is he attending this Q&A session? Yes, he is logged in. Realistically speaking, a platform-based or a capital-based contents industry environment, a genuine people-centered contents industry ecosystem. Can it be really created, a people-centered ecosystem? And if it is possible at the local government level, what kind of efforts should be further expended to really contribute toward creating such an ecosystem? And I also have questions for other speakers as well. So in the very first session to Mr. Hong, he presented his materials. He talked about the Living Lab Smart City. In 2018, the UNESCO published the UNESCO World Heritage and relationship with tourism, and the relevant toolkits were published as well. And the messages that was conveyed through that report is similar to your presentation. In the toolkit, in the course of decision-making, the local community's opinion should be reflected and their participation should be induced, and also capabilities, empowerment, and information sharing, and finally, the responsibility and the benefits from the tourism industry should be shared with the local community. That was emphasized by the UNESCO toolkit. And so in operating the smart cities, as has been presented by Mr. Hong, did you reflect these factors in operating the smart city projects that you have experienced? And for Mr. Jeong,
you meant it, one person, one talent project. And I would like to ask, what was the degree of citizen participation and the reactions of the citizens that participated? If you could share it with us, it would be greatly appreciated.
준비하시는 동안 질문.
Maybe we can receive one more question while we are waiting for the answers, if there is anyone. Maybe we can hear the answers in the order of the questions asked.
먼저 이양환 본부장.
First, Mr. Lee, Young-hwan Lee, can you answer? Question. Yes, a people-centered contents industry ecosystem. Yes, I do understand it's not an easy task at all. I agree with that. Recently, in our industry, a people-centered ecosystem. Here, what we mean by people is it refers to the artists, to the creators. Let me explain the background to this. The Squid Game was quite successful, and the IP for Squid Game was taken by Netflix, all of it. And so the creators and the producers, they were not, receiving their fair share of the profits, and this became a significant issue. Webtoons and other platform businesses as well. The platforms themselves, in the course of generating profit, the creators and the sub-producers, their rights are not sufficiently being protected. So there are real-life case studies, examples of this, and so the Squid Game issue actually triggered this controversy. So the people-centered ecosystem is key to this. Is, creator and the fair profit distribution to the creators and the artists and the producers. A lot of voices are calling for this, and in the parliamentary hearing that was recently held, this became an issue as well. And so I do believe that next year, fair competition-related projects will be proceeded. And nextly, the regional distribution is also an important issue. In the case of the contents industry, it's very much concentrated in the metropolitan areas around Seoul. In terms of sales, about 70 to 80% of it is being generated in the metropolitan areas of Seoul. And because of this concentration in the Seoul metropolitan area, decentralization to the regions is becoming a key concept here. So the local communities in the provinces, not only producers are located there, but also the consumers as well. They should not be, marginalized. So the culture ministry and in our agency as well. So how can we promote the businesses in the provincial areas, and how can we allocate more budget to the regions? This is something that we're giving a lot of thought to. And in our regional headquarters, it's not my headquarters, in the regional business headquarters for 15 provincial regions, the promotion centers, we have a consultative body that involves these agencies. There's a promotional center in Gwangju, a separate promotional center in Gwangju region as well. So promoting the local culture and the users and the creators in these regions, they should be more protected so that they're not marginalized from the central government policies. In the course of, environmental changes, maybe it's because of advances in the media industry, but there are increasing voices calling for more transparency and more fair distribution of profit in the contents industry. So a lot of the contents-related policies are focused on these areas. In December, the budget will be decided, and welfare and the regional balance and fair competition-related budgets are going to be discussed. And so we'll wait and see what kind of outcome comes out, and the result will show how much of a people-centered ecosystem will be created in the future. So thank you very much. Next is Mr. Hong. So when we did the living lab for the smart cities, I think the UNESCO's toolkit will be similar to what we did. What was important in the case of our project, there were several, I think. First of all, with the local residents, in the course of doing the living lab, what's important is to resolve the conflicts. My experience with the living lab, attest to this. In the living lab that we did, there was conflict between different regions as well as conflict between the generations. So you have to do the grouping well. If you do the grouping in a wrong way, then the younger people will not be able to make their voices heard. So in the case of the groupings that we did, the older people would pay heed to what the younger people were saying, and the younger people, they themselves in turn will listen to what the older people are saying. So you need to have the right grouping. And secondly, the experts' capabilities is important, but the governance of different areas is also important as well. Why did smart city concept appear from the Western world first? This is because it's not something that technology can resolve. It's something that organization skills are required. The departmental barriers need to be removed first in order to allow for this. So for the cultural area as well, culture is not really limited to a certain department dedicated to, a certain department. It's now permeating in all different areas. So the organizational structure of the bureaucrats need to be changed as well. So we need to understand the structural elements, the organizational elements. And thirdly, through the living lab, the services and in the businesses that are required reflected the opinion of the local residents. But here, execution was also key. In Korea, we do have this procedure of gathering opinions, but in the course of execution, a lot of limitations are still felt. So we were only involved in the planning stage, but when it goes on to the execution stage, a lot of the old existing problems will blow up. And so here in the creative industry, in the creative business, I don't think a lot of money necessarily is beneficial. So I don't think money is that crucial in this respect. So how to more appropriately use the budget available, and that is something that should also be dealt with at the living lab stage. So what I do find regretful in the Gwangju and Puyo project, a lot of the opinions that have been put forth, a lot of the opinions that have been put forth by both the local residents and the CSOs, a lot of it was really invalidated in the course of execution. So a city is a long-term project. It's not something that will appear and emerge overnight, especially a cultural city. So living lab and cultural city, what we do here, I think, will become a long-term asset for the country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Next, Chairman Jeong. And if you can make the answer short, it would be great. One person, one talent project is something for our citizens. And in order for us to become a UNESCO Creative City, when we applied, there were international level projects and some local level projects that we had to submit. And a representative case among the local projects was this. And we started from 2018. Jinju doesn't have very strong cultural infrastructure, and we didn't have a lot of international events such as Biennale. So we wanted to have a grassroots cultural program, so that is why we planned it. And Jinju has a tradition of dances, 덧대기, or the sword dance, 건무. We wanted to have a program to teach this to the citizens. 300 to 400 people per year for 건무 and 300 to 400 people a year for 덧대기 dance. So we taught 700 to 800 people, and this took place during 4 years and even during COVID times as well. So nearly 3,000 citizens can now dance those traditional dances, and this has been expanded to craft area as well, so that the citizens can also learn about crafts. And at UCLG, with these results, we received an award for good practice.
our citizens were very happy, and now what they want is for us to have programs for different age brackets. So we had that request, and Jinju, to become a cultural city, we are making many efforts, and we think that this is a very good project. So if we become a cultural city, we want to have more budget put in so that this can become a systematic project. Thank you very much. Because this is an online and offline simultaneous event, it was hard for us to have a smooth transition because of the recorded and non-recorded session. So we will need to cut this short. And in a digital environment, we talked about the different creative projects. And I hope that going forward, we can look at the many materials by UNESCO. And in 2017, there was the cultural diversity operational guideline. And when you see that guideline, as you mentioned during the Squid Game comment, there are income distribution or allocation guidelines for creators and others. So I think that it would be great if you can refer to it in your spare time. And in this type of platform economy, what are the challenges and benefits for the creators? So the Korea Commission for UNESCO, if you visit their website, you will be able to see the platform capitalism, platform industry's challenges. So please visit the website for the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, and I'm sure that you'll be able to gain more. We will conclude the second session on this note. And once again, thank you very much, the presenters, and thank you very much for the participants and those who asked questions.
And also to Professor Hwan, who has served as a moderator. Please, a big round of applause. So we will have a very short break, and from 3:15, we will begin our workshop. Today we have some refreshments prepared outside. Please enjoy the refreshments and come back at 3:15. Thank you.
저희가 그 워크숍을 진행하기 전에 아이스 브레이킹 세션을 가지려고 하는데요. 이쪽에 있는 이 반쪽 그 책상과 의자만 이렇게 벽으로 좀 붙여주실 수 있으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 참가자 여러분들께서 같이 도와주시기를 부탁드립니다.